Okay. I was going to do something, I don't know what it was. No idea what's happening right now. Okay, I'm spilling my tea is what's happening. Okay. Good things I have lots of paper towels nearby. And it's nowhere near the magic cards, so yay. TMNT hype, yep, that's definitely what we're doing here. Among other things. I think we'll start with, like, drafting, and then we'll, get into that. Quick draft, blah, blah, blah. We have a traditional one lined up. Kithkin, but there was somebody else in Kithkin, maybe 2 people. It's not awful, but it's not great. We do have the champion, we have the sapling nursery, couple spirals, 1 liminal hold, Kinscare Sentry. So, it's a thing. Oh, it's tea, yeah, Bitmancer, it's a tea. But it's in a soup mug. It's tea with, this is the only tea I drink with milk, so that's why it looks like coffee. It's spiced chai, and I love it with milk. I know chai means tea, but in the United States, for us, it means a certain type of tea. So, yeah. So do I want to play this one, or do I want to just, like, go for a fresh thing? I might want to go for a fresh thing. Let's see. So we've got the Premier, we've got Quick, ugh. We can try to rank up a bit since we've been playing traditional the whole time. Although with our luck, it's probably will rank down. It's fine, I don't care. And then we'll get to turtles at some point. Ooh, that filled fast. Much faster than the best of 3. I do prefer best of 3, but here we go. Oh no! I'm so sorry you're allergic. That's awful. Okay, so I could take Bree again, not supported. Could take Kindle, could take Iron Shield, could take Bog Slithers. I'm gonna take Bree and have fun, I think. I think if you're competitive, you pick the Elf, though. Or this Embrace or the Kindle. Me. Oh, Graveshifter. Noggle Robber would go with this, so would Regiray. Hmm. What if we did Robber? I really love Graveshifter. I think it's the strongest card in this pack. And so oftentimes it's best, it rewards you to take it in that situation. Okay, yeah, we'll take this. Boulder Dash, Spiral. Hurler. Hey, Summer! Hurler, Wickermaw. Graspling and Pummeler. If I'm supposed to be an Elves, I want to cut that heavily. I did pass the 3-1, but other than that, I haven't passed anything so far. I could take the Graspling for that reason. I think I am going to. The Hovel Hurler would be interesting if we still went the Brie. Okay, well, that's the Boulder Dash. Interesting. Percher and Feastling for the Elves, or the Unforgiving Aim. There's a late Boulder Dash, though. It could go red-black for Goblins. Again, I thought about that last pack. Yeah, I'm going to take the Feastling. Council, Archer. Trapper's late. 3 shapeshifters so far, so the Council's possible. I think I'm still going to try and cut the Elves in case we can get that, just because it seems like it's more open. Could have done the Giants. That'll be interesting. Oh well, we're going to take Shiver Creep here. Pummeler over Extractor. No, I'm going to take this. We're going to... There's Feed the Flames. I think there's Goblins is what's open, obviously. And we'll see what we do with that. I kind of want to go Vivid. But we'll see what the pack 2 tells us. I kind of want to go Vivid. We'll see whether we can make that, force that to happen. I doubt it. I don't think green is open at all. I do think black-red, obviously the Goblin seems pretty open. I did take a few cards pushing for the Elves in case they were open because it felt like this was a late signal. But again, play boosters mean that there might have been 2... You want teasers? Yeah. There might have been 2 other players that were taking Elf Rares out of that pack, or up to 3, in fact, because play boosters. But yeah. Okay. Still good in just a mono black deck. Prismatic Undercurrents would be one of the ways to enable the Vivid. How many Lewins is too many Lewins? I think we want the Adherence. Damn. Slumbering Walker is excellent. What if I did go white-black, took the Slumbering Walker, and tried to splash the Breed? No, I need the green to do that. This card is so good. A second Lewin isn't bad, though. Meh. Bog Slithers. I don't know. It's just sad that some of the, like, worst elf decks are still better than many of the others. Alright. Great Forest Druid, Dose, Blight Rot. I really do need this Great Forest, but I'm going to take the Blight Rot here. I need removal more than that. I'm not expecting to get elves in the last pack, though. So this might just be me doing silly things. Now you want Chai? Yeah, it's so good. All right. Brawler over Springleaf and Guide here and Wickermaw. I'm going to see if we can get the green elves out of this pack as opposed to the next, because we know they're not actually going to come out of that one. Blossoming here. You were craving Chai yesterday night? Nice. Oh, I gotta tell Blue Sky that I'm on... Apparently you can say you're on live, and I have been forgetting to do so for the past couple things. Profile. Go live. Oh, so they're number 2. Nice. Stoke Grove Guide as well, but we're going to take the removal. Guess I take the Hex over the Extractor and the Malice. Now we take a Malice. I mean... yeah. Now an Unforgiving Aim. It's a really late Boulder Dash. Or whatever the... I forget what that card is called. I think that's what that is. The cat is making a ruckus in the litter box. Ooh, got the dose back. That's kind of cool. All right, let's hope we open a cool rare for our elves. Oh, yeah, there we go. Blight Rot, Eulogist, Graspling, Percher. One of those might wheel. Probably the Percher, maybe. Ooh, cannot. Want to, but cannot. Just 10 the Sprigs. Just take on Berry. I mean, technically I could. I could cut... I'd have to get a lot more playables, but yeah, I'm gonna take the Unbury. Reaping... Percher or Bog Slither number 3. Ooh, Wayfinder, okay. Or Grove Guide. Wayfinder helps with the Reaping Willow being triple black. But and it is an elf. I'm gonna take that here. No 2-drops. It's fine. Elves are not open. Only... Oh, Shadow Urchin. Bog Slithers and a Wicker Maw? I really like Shadow Urchin, but I need a 2-drop, so we're going to be taking the Foraging Wicker Maw here, and I'm really sad about it. Another Unbury? We're bringing all the things back, damn. I don't have 2-drops for the drum to accelerate us enough. Yeah, black was open. Elves were not in particular. Black was very open, but the elves... I think people were taking the elves over the removal in black. But the deck's not awful. But there's no, like... But it very much... The elves were not open, and so I was forcing it a little bit. Because I was getting enough... Just enough, because elves can support so many players, because it's kind of brutal. Just enough to keep me in it, but we all probably had slightly worse decks for it. And, like, I'm running 2 Pranksters, because... I have to. So we're not going to run the dose at all because we have 2 Unburies and a Grave Shifter. What we weren't seeing in the goblins were the Boggart Mischief, the Signpost Uncommon, 2/3 Death Toucher that pings opponent when a goblin dies, the Grub, the Champion. You kind of need the rares for the or at least the, you know, a bunch of the uncommons for that to really work out. So I didn't go into it. We weren't seeing them. even in the first pack, or I might have had to do it. But, like, we didn't see the 4/4 that pumps other elves, which is a key piece of this. Like, there's a lot of, like, and the early green 3/1s, or the lifelinker 2/2s, or the, I passed 1/3/1 when we took Brave first. And then saw no more. But, I'm thinking I probably prefer the Perchers to the Shimmer Creep. That is interesting. You're like a 3-drop at the earliest. Oh, sorry, that jank thing. I gotta remove that command. That was from a while ago when jank was supporting a cool a cool giveaway. Let me go to the chat bot, chat commands. Turn that one off. All right. No, don't worry. Don't worry, you're awesome. Okay, perfect. Okay. I would like to cut these two. But no. Graveshifter is creatures only. It can't get back Tristan's. That would be the signpost elf. Yeah, the 1-mana artifact can too, as well, the penance or whatever it is. Actually, you know what? I'm going to pull 1 Unbury for the dose because we have the Diviner thingy. Because then I can double things. Perhaps. There's a small chance. I don't think we're going to protect things. I think we're going to try to reanimate them. Even though I really like that protect spell. Then I think I'm going to go 7 forests and 9 black sources. The Wickermon, the Wayfinder to fix. Ugh. Deck is not good. There's a couple individually powerful cards, but didn't quite get there. I'm not really sure what I should have been otherwise, because the white wasn't open either. The red was a little bit, so the goblins were, but they weren't, the cards that we needed weren't opened, or somebody else was in there and had taken those. So yeah. Boop, boop. Well, we've got a goblin and a goblin. We're doing great. If we stop drawing mana. I can cast everything in my deck save the 6 mana elf rare. Oh, come on. There's no call for that. I want to play the Feastling because it attacks better with the Prankster, but like... But I need to stop drawing lands. Hmm. It's annoying because it doesn't put it in the graveyard for my unbury. The worst thing to see in like a reanimation deck is blue and white, just because their stuff does not put it in your graveyard. Hi Griddle, sleep well. I wonder if I should be at 15 lands. Mm-hmm. Reanimation is so good right now. Naked Graveshifter. God, they just have all the things. All right, Bog Slither's Embrace probably has to hit the Tributary Vaulter because I can't take that much damage per turn. I still probably lose this, unfortunately. We just had a lot of land early. And again, we're playing against an unfavorable matchup in terms of how it uses removal. And the amount of life gain and card draw. Yep, we lose. We don't have self-mill. I mean, we have Surveil off the Wicker Maw and Lewin mills, but... not like the normal amount of self-mill that elves do. But 7 mana is a lot to draw with 26 cards still left in the 16 land deck. Alright, let's concede here and go to the next one. Alright. Few too many lands early. Like I said, we had 6 mana and like 3 spells. 3 early spells, which was rough. Alright.
Bonjour tout le monde.
Counterman, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. Really appreciate the Bezos bucks. Woohoo! Alright, we're going to play this out. Go charge, see what they do. Aw. Alright. This is so easily killed. This makes sure I have another mana to do, like, double these next turn. This puts way more pressure. Could have attacked for 1 here. That's way better. I forgot that it's gonna actually pump itself. Missed a damage. This is bad. 1 damage could actually matter here. I don't think there's anything with haste that I would care about there. 3/5. They're like, okay, kill it with fire. Stop! All right, we have one chomping to deal with that, or enchantment. Hey, Buster! You're snowed in, Counterman? Oh, yeah, I am as well. Completely. Alright, surveil again. That's nice. Ah! That's freaking annoying right before I get to you, this. That's so stupid. Son of a bitch. Seriously? Alright, well, let's go, maybe we should attack with the Prankster too, just to get both of them back. And the Wayfinder attacks for 3. Meh. Our aggression has fallen apart because they had so much stuffs. This was brutal, that turn. That was so brutal. I was about to get back the 2 elves and it was gonna be good. Had to be exactly then. Five streams, thanks for hanging out so often. That's so cool. Oh boy. The snow is melted for you? Nice. Ours is just high. Yeah, soup mug. They are called. They are awesome. Appropriate amount of tea. But you can put soup in them. I wonder if they're considering Sunderflock here and they're just like, can I win fast enough with replaying this stuff? I don't know. I'm not sure what they're thinking. Again, we're on the 8-mana plan here. But at least we have a few more cards this time. I only have a hatchet, not an axe. In my emergency kit that my mother insisted I make. It's a Fiskar's hatchet. Hopefully the wildfire go bag. Well, no, that was in my emergency bag since California, because you need to be able to craft a shelter. Not that I would know how to do so really, but I've got the inklings. But a hatchet's just useful for a number of things when you're trying to what? Okay. Okay, that's a good one. Could just destroy the blossom instead of killing this. That would be interesting. But if they then have Sunderflock, that becomes worse. Because they get to keep this and have another flyer. So I think what I do is destroy target creature enchantment and still create the token. That's fine. Elf. This. Means Sunderflock is harder to cast too. Travelers could be a problem. It might have been, and that might have been lethal. Let's see, they had a 3/3, a 1, 2 1/1s, and a 0/1, maybe. Yeah, that might have been better. I actually didn't even pay attention to the last line on that. I think it says untap the creatures too, so I think it's all the creatures that get +3/+3, and not just the elves, right? Or am I reading it wrong? Monsieur Beefy. I had a bear. It was a teddy bear. When I was little, it was gray, and I called it Gray Beefy. This is a little greedy on the use of removal. But yeah, I didn't want to run the Willow out into that. I'm sad that I can't get it back, but... I'm pretty sure making sure that I kept that on top was probably enough to get them to feed. The Exile's always so bad and against the Reanimator deck, though. Like, figures we've hit a lot of Exile. I actually don't still have Grey Beefy. I have something else. Twin Flame Travelers. Okay, yeah, see, I would rather remove that, but such is life. Graveshifter. Graveshifter can get back Rooftop Percher. For now, it's the more efficient use of mana. Yeah, let's do that. Eh. This was huge value. Like I said, it was very aggressive to kill the 3/2, the Exile, the 3/2. And I could have held on to it, but that was something that was giving me a little bit of a problem at the time, getting through. I wanted to make this bigger than the little Vivid Elemental removal could deal with, so and the Archer at least can sort of block the Travelers. For now. And if they kill the Archers with the Explosive Prodigy, then I can get the Archers and the thing back. At EOT. So yeah, if they double triggered that, they could kill the Willow. That's why I was worried about things. They still get so much value off that stone. And the Travelers, of course, worry me terribly. But again, I used my my removal aggressively. We have Blightrot, another Bog Slithers, Unforgiving Aim, and Tristan's Command left. That would deal with it. Requiting Hex does not. Okay. Why are you looking at my graveyard? Draw 3? Is that what they're gonna do here? Okay, they're gonna kill the Percher in theory? They know about the Dawn's Light Archer. Pennant, okay. Elemental, alright. Oh yeah, we're still gonna try and block that. They have something. Fuck. They have a bonkers broken rare. That sucks. Well, that sucks for me. That rare is so stupid. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Grave Shifter back the Reaping Willow. Or is it Rooftop Percher? I think it's Reaping. But yeah, that sucks. I can't beat this card ever these days. It's just such a broken card. Alright, so I can get back Archer. I think that's better than getting Grave Shifting back the flyer, but it's close. Because I can just block with Travelers and get it back with a Pennant. Ooh, sexy. I kill Gathering Stone now, I think. Well, Pennant might be bad, too. It's gotta be Gathering Stone. I can't use it this turn, but I still think it's worth playing it out. The likelihood of them drawing a removal spell for it is low. However, you know, it might just be that they get it, so be it. I don't think I can afford to just not do it this turn. Oh shit, they can do that. Yeah, but they could do that if I targeted it anyway. Oh, I hate this. Yeah, they just do the same thing with the Prodigy. Do I have any outs? Hmm. Hey, System Magic, welcome, welcome! 2 Ashlings command. Yeah, there's nothing I can do about that. We have Moon Vigil Adherence, I guess, is like the one thing that I could draw. But I probably still die to the Menace and go wide. Yeah, I just lose here. Let's just go to the next game. That sucks. The first Ashling's command was nearly game. And then I had to get rid of the Gathering Stone so they don't keep drawing 2 cards per turn. And then they could still... Because if I tried the Pennant, they could do it in response. It's an instant speed activation, so there's nothing to do about that. Ah, well. Oh yeah, Ashling's command is just... sick. And the twinning the elemental and triggers is so dumb. Our deck is a middling, like a really, really, you know, not great elf deck. It has a couple good cards, but and we seem to be able to get almost there and then not quite, because that's when opponents find their bombs. Oh well. I mean, that's been the case for many of the sets with play boosters here and power creep. There's no card in limited should ever have a, say, 70% win rate. People got infuriated when Sunfall had that win rate, and then like several of the, like almost all of the sets since then have at least 4 cards with that win rate. Since the advent of play boosters. Alright, I need to draw some lands to play these cards, but I was hoping to draw at least a third because we have 2 plays for that. Alright, there's the third. We're playing against elementals yet again, which kind of sucks. And they're on the play, which also sucks. Alright, a 4th land, specifically black, would be best. So I can play the Graspling, and then hope to have another swamp for the Reaping at some point. But yeah, we get so close, and then opponents find their, like, Ashling's command. And then find their Pennant to get it back. And then... the Merfolk deck, I think we got to quite low as well before. Or was that the one before? I forget. At this point in the game, your decisions aren't this hard, so this person might be disconnected, and I'm sorry. Or they might be looking up the stream, which I'm joking, by the way. We're way too small for that. And seeing what the play is. Disconnected it is. I'm sorry. Alright, so let's go next to combat. See if they want to trade. I didn't draw a land. I will probably be playing out the Brawler. If it survives, it's good to attack with alongside the Feastling. I don't think I want to wait and do this. Okay, they're back. You can see them hovering over the cards. Oh, we reached Mythic a long time ago. We've deranked because you're playing only traditional. Not that we wouldn't derank if we were playing the Wusset, but... Now, this is a little sus, though. They may not have been disconnected. They may actually have been looking because I didn't get a... Let's see. How do I want to play? I think we resolve this and replay it. Unfortunately, we just didn't get a land, which does really hurt here. I don't like doing what the opponent is expecting necessarily, which is like replaying that. But I think it's the best of our options. Everything else dies really easy. So... yeah, but not hitting that fourth land was really rough. Yeah, I don't think we're getting this one either. The missed land is huge because we might have been able to double spell this coming turn, but not so much now. All right, I think we're way too far behind. So they played 2 rares so far. Let's see if they have more. Yep, they have a mythic. All right, let's concede. They played 1 common. None, then mythic and double rare. That's been our experience of this set. Like, again, this is why we don't have any, like, boxes from this set. It's just like, that's been every game. I think I want to try one more here before we go to the TMNT. But if we're not mana screwed, our opponent is just playing like 15 rares and mythics, and you're like, cool. I'm lucky if I have 2. All right. And even that's even in the deck, let alone drawing them. Yeah, I've opened this like a million times recently. This is like the only rare we've opened. I think we want Gathering Stone out of this, because it doesn't commit us to anything yet. There's some good black cards, Blightrot and Bog Slithers, Shimmer Creep. But we'll see what we go for here. But that's just like, I mean, what are you gonna do? Okay. A second Shimmer Creep, a Tam, a Blightrot. I'm gonna go Tam. Stay a little open. It's another Blightrot, but I just passed 2. I think I want the Rhyme Speaker here. I think it's the best of the cards in that pack. I think Cavalry is one of the best cards in this one. I wonder, though, if I could go Vivid. What do you think, chat? Can I go Vivid? Can we wheel those Shimmer Creeps? What do you think? You don't think Shimmer Creeps will wheel? It's possible they will. I've seen them wheel before. I think the 4/4 elf would be what I would take other than the undercurrents there. It does look like elves are partially open. Not, I mean, just because the commons are so good, not because they're technically like I'm seeing rares and mythics, but I have seen a couple uncommons. Gangly or Scout? Gangly works with the Vivid. Scout works with the elves. I'm gonna take the Scout for now. Alright, on to pick 8. And then we see whether we get some of those Shimmer Creeps back. Ugh. At this point, they, you know, in theory, they won't wield necessarily just because I'm not seeing... The packs aren't very strong, so I think it's possible that people would take them later anyway. Stoic and Midnight. There's also Cinder. Sultai Poop. No Shimmer Creeps at this point. People just take them because they're uncommon at this point. So they did not wheel, but that's okay. We are fine with people taking the Shimmer Creeps. Especially if we get a goddamn cavalry on the wheel. That shouldn't wheel. Alright, let's go. Let's go Morkant. Okay. Nameless Inversion would be what I would take if I hadn't take... If Morkant weren't in the pack, and if both of these weren't, it would be Assert Perfection. TMNT limited, oh, it's the first look. We're gonna look at the cards. It's not the actual thing. You'll see that in the early access streaming event on Wednesday, from Wednesday to Thursday. Pummeler, Extractor, Farmer. Dignitary. Ooh, Safe Right, Percher. Nice. Alright. Holy Cow is a fun MTG card. We actually used Holy Cow and it had a cow stampede. It was so much fun in the actual thing. Is there a chance I run this Rhyme Speaker? Probably not. We'll see. Yeah, now I regret taking the Prismatic Undercurrents over the black. I would have taken the Cavalry. The black thing one didn't wheel, though, so... See how this goes. Another Dignitary, a Reaping Willow, a Bogslow's Embrace, a Cavalry. Jesus. Shit. fudge. I don't know what I'm supposed to take here. I think I'm going to take the Reaping... Oh, but I want the elves for the Morkant. Damn. Safe Right, Blight Rot, Changeling Perch. This is so good. I need the removal. God, I'm passing too many. I'm going to take the Safe Right. Whatever. We're going to remove face. Blight Rot and the Bogslither's Embrace would have been really good there, but I think I need to take... Now that I took the Reaping Willow to get back some early stuff, I think I need to take elves for the Morkant. This is... and the Cavalries. Dang. I think I made a little bit of a... The Reaping Willow might not have been right there. It might have just been right to take the other Lysolana Dignitary. I'm not sure. This is kind of ass, this pack. If one of the cards from the previous packs could have been in this pack, we would be so happy. Ah, man. Darn. I had to pass too many cards in each of those packs, and then we get this one with only the Stalactite Dagger, which really hurts. Fine, I'll take a freaking late Travelers there. Jesus. I don't mind as much having these when you do have Cavalries to pump them on the attack. Are we running a Dream Harvest in this? I think I might. There's a Stoic Grove guide there too that I could also run, but I'm going to take this Dream Harvest and see. This is going to be my first Dream Harvest. We're also going to take the Darkness Descends in case we get against the Merfolk deck. I do like Wary Farmer, but I already have a bunch of non-elves. It's just a better card than the Extractor, though. I don't like this card for what it's worth. I really think it's not good, but it has a very high ceiling, but an extremely low floor. And another safe... Oh, wait. Do I want the dose? I want the dose. To get back Morkant. Bidding? Now I should have taken the other thing. Okay. Morkant's Eyes, let's go. I want that Informant so badly as well. Harvest might not make it now. Yeah, those Cavalry, that was the last pick. Cavalry, I wanted that so badly, but I need the dose to get this back because I didn't have any recursion at the time. Now I regret it because Bloodline bidding. But here we go. So these three I'd like to upgrade. I'd like to upgrade this. I'd like to upgrade to have a couple more good 2-drops like that 3-1. I'd like to upgrade that if possible. Some of these won't be possible. Pummeler probably was better as an any elf at this point, but we'll see. Like Safe Right Cavalry would be better than Pummeler. Okay. Pitiless Fist, another Safe Right Cavalry. I just don't have a lot of removal, so I need this Pitiless more than I need that. Because I did get 2, which is nice. I want more. More is nice, but I need to take the removal first. All right, please pass me more good things. I beg you. Damn. Yeah, I really should have taken the Cavalry over the dose. Again, I didn't know I was going to get Bloodline bidding. It was less likely to get dose because it was uncommon and it would still have to be opened. I don't think I want the Mist Meadow Council. I'm going to take a Feastling. It's in this deck, it's better than some of our other stuff. Curse Grafter, nice. Okay. So like Crossroads Watcher probably comes out. Even though it does have trample when another card comes into play, the Wary Farmer, the Surveil is more important for this deck. We're going to take Assert Perfection here as more removal. Cut these, see where we're at. That's perfect. I do want a few more things to upgrade, but that's if I'm getting greedy. And I'll get greedy. I'm good with greedy. Yeah, Penance good here. Over Council. Nice. Very nice. Hmm. Tam was pick 1, I think, of the first. Unforgiving Aim or Shimmer Creep. I think it's Unforgiving Aim. I like having this card in the deck. Darn, I really wanted one of those calories back, but oh well. I missed a Tam. If it was actually in the pack, I missed a Tam. I wouldn't have taken it, but... I mean, I have a Tam. I took an Alana, a Alana Foreman at one point there. Oh, yeah. Okay, good. Yeah, that's what I was thinking you might have think, but we got this like first pick, first pack. It was not exciting. Damn. I should have had one more cavalry here because, but I really thought Dose was correct at that point because I had no recursion for the high perfect. And this was uncommon versus common. We'd been seeing these wheels, so I do regret not taking that there, but I think we ended up with an okay deck. I am going to be considering Darkness Descends because we do have the Bloodline and a bunch of 3 toughness even early with these two Feastlings, etc. So gonna consider that. You've seen me get curb stomped, and I like to think that I know partially what I'm doing. We sometimes just get wrecked. Sometimes these drafts, because they're so on the rails, it can be sometimes difficult to read the signals if somebody's going Vivid, for example, and is just taking a lot of different things, or if, you know, a color that's particularly, or color pair that's particularly deep, like Elves, looks open when it's actually not. Again, rares can be passed because of play boosters. Signals are very hard to read these days with play boosters because, again, rares can be passed and you think, oh, that's a signal, but doubles of that card even could have been opened, let alone like 4 rares or mythics in a pack. So it's not your... Oh, and you also did... Okay, it was also Omen Paths and you didn't understand the set. Fair. That's also fair. But yeah, so there's so many things that go into it that, you know, have changed over time. And again, that's not always... It's not necessarily your fault for not knowing what's going on, so to speak. Congratulations on Plat! Awesome! Okay, so what I'm looking at as far as like cutting and figuring things out, these are the weakest, I think, of what we're running. Everything else synergizes pretty well or is pretty powerful. The Reaping Willow is very powerful. The Tam is decently powerful. And the rest of all of this synergizes exactly with what we want. It has, you know, not enough removal, but there was... prioritizing was like, again, there were clumped cards and packs, and then like the next pack would have nothing. So I don't think, with the bloodline bidding, I don't think I want both of these. That's number one. I do think Dose is slightly stronger than Pennant, given that we don't have any of the, well, Pennant can actually return Morkan's eyes, I'm pretty sure. So actually, we want Pennant here, not Dose. And then I don't know that I can get away with 16 lands. I might be able to. If I run the Weary Farmer, maybe I can get away with 16 lands. Cut the Pummeler, run 16. I do have a mana sink in the form of the 5 here. I do want to get to 6 eventually for the Morkan's Eyes, but it can help me find that. And of course, this has Convoke already, so that's okay. The problem with running 16 lands here is I would want to run 9/7 with the Swamps, and then the Reaping Willow gets really bad. Urgh. It's possible that I need to let the Reaping... But that sucks. So let the Reaping Willow go and put in Crossroads or Pummeler? Ugh. I do need black early-ish, though, but, like, it's on 2, I only have, like, Scarblade Scout that I really need that early. That I really would prefer to play on 2. So, like, it's all green, and I would need double green for the Farmer on 3. Icky. Ouch. Alright, I'm gonna put the Dose in. Nah. And I'm just gonna run 41 because reasons? No, I'm gonna cut one of these. 2 5-drops is a little heavy, but eh. Oof. Okay. So, I think we'll play this one. Ow. And then start the first look. Whew. Alright, where's that Elementals deck that I just put together? Sorry, we have an opponent. All right. I'm not. I will play 41 because I'm lazy. But technically, mathematically, it is more likely for you to hit your best cards the fewer cards you have. Play another 1 toughness creature, I beg you. No. Alright. No touchy. Alright, well, they can't exile it just yet. If I kill that, they can't exile it at all. But I can't play another spell. I don't think that's right. I think we do this. They have to spend most of their next turn. Actually, we can do it. We can do it. We have to do this. We do this. We do this. Because I forgot about Morkan's Eyes. So they have to play a creature and use the white to blight it to do this. Okay, good. So we still get it right now. Alright, that's fine. So I can just kill that. Again. I think that's correct. In this case. No. Probably not. Again, they still have to spend at least half their mana next turn to do this. And we can maybe get a card in with this and kill the next thing with the Assert Perfection. If they don't have a land, they can't remove it. Oof. Yeah, just, yeah. Okay. Gross. And on that note, let's go for, because I need to make more tea. And then we're going to be doing our limited, perfect elves, exactly. We're going to do our limited set first look at TMNT so that you can understand exactly what you're going to be doing in your pre-release. I'm going to be doing my usual thing of this it's my first time seeing these cards as well. So I'm going to try to show you based on like past cards, you know, the efficacy of whatever it is. There's going to be some new mechanics, which we'll learn at the time. And then we'll go from there. So let me bring that up. So let me exit this game for now. And then we have this. Is this big enough that you can see it on the screen? Unfortunately, mtgset.review does not have TMNT up. That was the one we did Lorwyn Eclipse on that a lot of people really liked. So mtgset.review here. You can see that they did it this way. You can support them on Patreon, but they don't have TMNT. So, and you can't really change the set or do anything with it here. So maybe we need to support them in order to get the TMNT. I don't know if they just didn't like the set and decided not to do it. Yeah, not sponsored by them. They're just really cool. Oh, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming. Thank you so much for the Basis Bucks. I really appreciate it. But yeah, I'm going to try and give you as best a sense of like, the pre-release is the 27th, the weekend of the 27th on TMNT. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday of the 27th, 28th, 29th, I think, or is what it is. If anybody's going to gaming, etc. in Acton, Massachusetts, I'll be traveling there. It's a bit of a hike, but I'll be going there. They're serving pizza, and they're doing the pre-release. I'm going to be meeting up with one of the giveaway winners to give them the intro packs, so that'll be super sweet. But we'll be starting off with the commons and uncommons. There's a majority of the things that you'll be encountering in your pre-release packs. Obviously, we'll be counting the rares and mythics, and we'll be doing those afterwards, but it's most important to start with the commons and uncommons to see what's going on. It's a smaller set with 127 cards in the commons and uncommons than Lorwyn Eclipse, thank goodness, because that was an age and a half. But okay. So I'm going to go to the restroom really quickly and get more tea because I'm going to exhaust my voice over the course of this, like you do. And we'll go from there. I'm going to... Is that better? Sort of. Yeah. Okay. I will be right back. It's going to be about 3 minutes for the tea to, the water to heat up. And we're going to go from there. But this should be a really cool thing. And then we're going to draft some more if I can still speak. But I love doing these limited set first looks. I'm going to give you as much insight as I possibly can. Chat also weighs in and gives insight. So definitely pay attention to when chat weighs in, because they know some things that I don't. And they'll see different things. Additionally, my limited first look will be different to some degree when I rate the cards than in terms of pick order and in terms of just like power. Than others. So it's always good to get another perspective as well. Just people will rank cards differently. They'll see different synergies than, than another person, etc. So I'll be right back. Be about 2 or 3 minutes, and then we're gonna start on this. And if you really want to hear things mispronounced, go watch Saffron Olive. Saffron Olive just recently put out the usual, like, he buys like $2,000 worth of collector booster boxes and opens them, and then mispronounces most of the card names. And it's adorable and wonderful, and it's kind of a tradition for me to see some of that. Now, again, many of those were rare, there's mythics, and didn't really go into like what they are, so I actually didn't see what they are. So I do love that he mispronounced Jite within... Like, he pronounced the correct way and the incorrect way within, like, literal seconds of each other. Like, he goes, Ralph's Jite. Sorry, Ralph's Jit. And then goes, Umazawa's Jite. And it was, like, within, like, milliseconds. They were just like, it was so great. And then he goes, rain-slicked corpse. And he's like, that's not corpse. Copsy? And I was, oh god, it's so great. I love Saffron Olive so much. The enthusiasm that Saffron brings to the game is just, that Seth brings to the game is just so amazing. So yeah, if you get a chance to do that, it's on YouTube. If you want to see some TMNT opened, turns out they're the best boxes he's opened in years. Well, a year at least. So anyway, I'll be right back. I got to scoop the cat box as well, so that was cool. All right. So, let's get into it. Do. Okay. Let me process this for a second. Sorry, this is my childhood, so I'm like, some of these aren't, some of these I don't recognize. Like the Donatello with the like goggles doesn't send me. Like that's not, Donatello's my favorite. Does anybody else have a favorite turtle? Donatello is my favorite. But I don't, the goggle version is a later version than the one I'm familiar with. Raph. Nice. Two Raphs, two Donnies. Okay, all right. Mikey's great. I love them all, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. They're all great. I love Mikey's joy and sense of fun. I love the discipline and responsibility and obligation that Leonardo feels toward his family. I love Raph's fierce loyalty and just sense of humor. You're an angry kid, he resonated, yeah. But Donatello's like smarts and just general sense of wit and humor was like, I think Donatello, my best, oh god, hold on. Give me 1 second, I gotta show you this. Let me see if it's online. Yeah, it's this one. Hold on, this one here. This is Donatello to me. Come on. I loved Donatello's like quiet humor. Like that's Donatello to me. Yes. So I love Splinter too. I mean, the dedication to his kids. Ah, kids. I made a funny. Anyway, yeah, the 80s, late 80s, early 90s like movies and cartoon were my thing. So I do apologize. There are a lot of things that I will not recognize because even though I did watch those, like the other stuff won't be familiar to me, the more recent stuff. But even though I did watch those, it's been so long. You're a claustrophobic. Yeah. I remember that line. Fear of enclosed spaces. Yeah. Casey Jones. Oh man, that role. God, I love Donatello. Sorry. Okay. Let me pull the tea too so it doesn't steep for too long. Okay, there we go. But yes. Yeah, radical. Bodacious. Also the tequila, dancing to the tequila song. Okay, sorry. That first movie was glory. Okay. So, Ninja Vanish. So Chevy Nova? Sorry. Boston. Sorry. That movie gets me every time. And I haven't seen it in many, many years. I do own it, but I haven't seen it in many, many years. Okay, so let's go into this. Okay. So we've got Action News Crew. It's 2 minutes to Vigilance. And I see what they did here. Channel 6, discard this card, put a plus +1 counter on each creature you control, draw a card. But never pay full price for late pizza. Yeah. You put anchovies on this thing, and I... Sorry. So I see what they did here. Channel 6 News is April's news station. Yeah. So this is a 2/2 for 2 Vigilance Human Citizen. I do not know what the synergies are for card types. A 2/2 Vigilance in the past has not been particularly strong necessarily. The strongest version of it, hold on, me. Scryfall. So we had like Topin Freeblade a while back, 2/2 Vigilance, and it also had Renown, and that made it scary because if you got it out early and then it hit, it was a 2-mana 3/3. So that was kind of the best a 2/2 for Vigilance has ever been, but it's also a relevant type for like Human and Soldier. So this one has Human and Citizen. We'll see if that's actually any sort of synergy sets. But yeah. Normally this is pretty weak, but I do like that it's decent early. Like, it's not great, but it's decent early. And then also this channel. So get a +1/+1 counter on all of your creatures and then draw a card. That is actually quite useful later. So this is a perfectly playable common. I'm going to give it, you know... Okay, so let's talk through the tiers really quickly. Usually when I do this, I have a level of... I had to give letters instead of my normal thing. My normal thing would go, okay, high, medium, and low picks, and then I would divide those into 3 with high, medium, and low of those. But that got confusing. So, but normally what we're gonna we do like A S tier, A plus, A minus, B plus, B minus, C plus, C, and C minus. So that's really where we are. And you can rate something an F, of course. It's just like, don't run this card unlimited at all. So this card is going to be a probably a C plus. It's perfectly playable. Like the C, once you get to the C's and C minuses, you're really not happy to put those in your deck at all. Like, you would really rather not. C plus is still kind of filler, and pretty very much filler, but like, it's still like a fine card. You're not unhappy to put in your deck. It's just like, okay, fine. So this is a C plus. It has something to do early, something to do late. That's usually the mark of a decent, you know, 2-drop. We call these bears from Grizzly Bears, the original one. And you can see view all printings. You can see that this was since the original. We've got alpha grizzly bears here. We call them bears. Anything with 2/2 for 2 is a bear, but they also get other potential abilities. And this one has, of course, vigilance. But then the fact that it also has this other thing where you can discard it from your hand, pay 6 to get all this value, is at least, you know, makes it more playable than it would be otherwise. So this is fine. You wish you hadn't eaten that gummy. You want to retain this? It will be available on YouTube, obviously, because we're streaming to both places, and so the VODs are always on YouTube for free. For when the gummy wears off. Okay. So we got a C plus on that one. April O'Neil. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I really appreciate it. That's really sweet. That's the YouTube link. If you enjoy it, consider liking and subscribing. It helps out the channel. It's free. Yay. Sorry, I'll stop now. I don't promote that nearly as often, but yeah. The power of science, yes. So April O'Neil, Kunoichi trainee. So Kunoichi is a particular fighting style. We've got 2-mana 2/2. When enters Scry 2, that's a decent early drop. Oh, and it can't be blocked by creatures with power 3 or greater. It is, however, legendary, so that's interesting. Hey, Lucid Burrito! On the other client. Okay. So Scry 2, the fact, okay, so here's the thing. It is common. And we've had various things at common that scry 2, the most notable being Omen Speaker, right? Which is a 2-mana 1/3 enters the battlefield, scry 2. This was a perfectly reasonable card to run in a deck because Not only does it fix your draws, but this one had a 1/3 butt, which would control things a little bit more. We've had it on rares, or Charming Prince. Yeah, that's one. So 2 mana, 2/2 scry 2, but you could choose other things too, which was also, that's why this is rare. But we've had it on various things, and so it is a really nice thing to do to be able to scry 2. But the thing about Charming Prince and Omen Speakers, they're not legendary. And so there's a diminishing returns to running more than one of these in your deck, right? So 2 is okay, but if you get 2 in your opening hand, you're really sad because you can't actually, like, unless the first one dies, replaying the second one is of no use to you. You'll still get the trigger of the scry 2, but you'll have to sacrifice one of them right away. So although this is a really nice ability and I do want at least one of these in the deck, it can be very dangerous to run more than one. Although 2 is probably okay because this thing probably dies pretty quickly. But I do like the 2 mana scry 2. I think this is a perfectly playable card. I think it's a B- the first copy, but I think every copy, like the second copy is like a C plus, and I don't even want a third copy. Because they did some studies and like they ran some numbers, and the third copy of a legendary, even if it's a really good one to some degree, is a risk. It's a real risk. So, yeah. So yes. So that's how I would rate this one. Dimensional Exile, 2 mana, uncommon, enchant basic land you control. When this aura enters, exile target creature an opponent controls until this aura leaves the battlefield. So Dimensional Exile is very similar to other cards that we've had in the past. So Ossification is the most similar. I don't think there's any difference, actually. This one says Planeswalker. Does this one say Planeswalker? No, this one's only creature. So this is strictly worse. This is strictly worse than Ossification. But, you know, maybe they decided that that was the way it was going to be. So this is enchant basic land you control. So it's any basic land. So this is a very good card in limited. It is a very good removal spell in limited. You take these very highly in limited because you are likely to have a basic land online. In constructed, it's more difficult to play because you have to play basics, which don't automatically allow you to play to have multiple colors, perhaps. So it's more difficult to play this card in constructed, but it's very good in limited. This is only creature, but I don't know how many or if there are any planeswalkers in the set at all. So it may not matter that it is weaker than Ossification. One of the things that we've seen prior to this, by the way, this is really nice because it's just basic land, but we used to have things like Chain to the Rocks, which was rare. It had to enchant a particular card, Mountain. So this was an interesting version of that as well. And then they created Ossification, and now we have this lovely Dimensional Exile. So yeah. So this is interesting here. Yeah, Summer, that's what I said. Yeah. Eastwind Avatar, 4 mana. So again, this one, so I should rank it. Sorry. This one is definitely a B+. This is a very good card for white removal. It's what you're going to get. I have to see exactly how much enchantment removal there is in the set, again, to see how vulnerable it is, because one of the things about anything like this where enchantments are the removal, as we get like Banishing Light and other things for white removal, if they have instant speed enchantment removal, they can pull the creature right back into play as surprise and block and do the things, or attack the next turn, or so on and so forth. So I will be very interested to see, because white is still getting its enchantment based removal, how much enchantment removal there is in the set. There was quite a bit in several of the last few sets. Final Fantasy, for example, with the one that was really actually quite good because it could still kill something with flying and do artifact or enchantment. And and have cycling. So that was just so good because there was no reason not to run it in best of one because it was so important and there were so many artifacts and enchantments you really wanted to destroy. So, but yeah, so this is a very good card. You're going to take it highly. It is what the, hey, thanks so much for the subscription, Lucid Burrito. Really appreciate it. The YouTube subscription. So again, this is what you're going to take that highly. Eastwind Avatar is a 4 mana 2/4 flying vigilance, and whenever another creature you control enters, this creature gets +1/+0 until end of turn. We've had a Griffin that did that before. I don't know if it's spelled that way. Okay, hold on. It was in M19, M20. Oh no, Dominaria. This one. So this one was +1/+1, instead of just +1/+0. But this set had Captain's Call, which was super sweet. So we're gonna look and see. So that, like, right, whenever Flying Vigilance 2/4 instead of a 2/3. So already you're getting a little bit of extra butt here, and Vigilance is really nice as opposed to just flying. So that's kind of cool. But you only get +1/+0, not +1/+1. Sometimes that's relevant, sometimes it's not. This does have evasion in the form of the flying, so that we don't really care that much. Now, the what we're looking for here in order to maximize this card, like with Griffin Protector, is something like Captain's Call that poops out multiple tokens. So here's Captain's Call. Create 3 1/1 white soldier creature tokens. When you played, Griffin into this, suddenly you were attacking for 5 in the air. And same thing you would be with this. So we're going to be looking for something that poops out, multiple creatures and or does X, Y, or Z. So, it's still a fine card. A 2/4 flyer for 4 with flying and vigilance. 2/4 flyer for 4 with vigilance is already a fine ROI. In a lot of limited sets. It depends on how many flyers there are and how big the creatures are on the ground. But this seems pretty good and perfectly playable. So I think I'm probably going to give it a C+ for now, but it could graduate to a B-. There were certain cards, like the Griffin was surprisingly overperformed, but it had to be within a certain context of a deck. There were ways to poop out lots of creatures in this. Including Captain's Call, but there were others. So, Featherbrained, oh my god. Okay, so here's a really pretty pigeon. And here's City Pigeon at home. Or City Pigeon's really inbred brother. Cousin? Sister's goat's uncle? Yikes. Anyway, it's an 0/2. 1 mana. Look how they massacred my boy. Yeah, so this was a 1/1 flyer for 1. And it didn't make me cringe looking at it. But so when it leaves the battlefield, create a food token. This one's a different one, and it's uncommon rather than common. So so we have like Featherbrained filters, like this. When it leaves the battlefield, create a food token. Now, note that it can still attack. And I believe, Sneak is in this. So like ninjutsu, a form of ninjutsu is in this. So, it looks like someone, I mean, I don't think, I think this pigeon is carrying the plague, honestly. Pretty sure. Yeah. Hmm. So, so this is this is a pigeon. Yeah, applesauce is good. Sorry, I was just like getting something quick. But this, remember, can attack, even as an O2. And since its main purpose is to sneak, to be snuck, it's okay that's an O2. Because people won't want to block it, I guess. If it were a 1/1, people would be more tempted to block it, I guess. So that's the only reason I think this thing is uncommon. So yes, so you have a feather-brained filcher here. Filcher, for those who are not familiar, it means to steal. To filch is to steal, so to take something. I like that it has like shorts on. Like it's got shorts on, like striped shorts on, and a hat and a little bag. Like a fanny pack wrapped around its with like, what do they call this? Like in Office Space? It's not bling. What do they call an Office Space? Yeah, it says, "Hi, I'm Pete." It's an Office Space. Like, what's the... Oh, God, what is the, my, sparkle... So it was like, what was the... Flare! Yes! Thank you! Flare! Thank you! Yes. So it's like wearing flare on its fanny pack. It's got striped shorts and a hat. It is the doofiest looking thing I've ever seen. It's not only doofy, it's like vaguely scary because those eyes have definitely seen infinity and didn't and lost all sanity while doing so. But yeah, so anyway, that's Pete. I'm not sure how to rank it yet. But I'm gonna assume it's a C+ for now, and might be graduating to a B or B-. I have to see how many other flyers block it early, such that the sneak is relevant. But I suspect it's gonna be like topping at a B, but it might actually be good enough for that. I don't know how much I want to play this card. Anyway, it's filched, stolen a hot dog and a worm at the same time. I'm not sure why, or was the worm in the hot dog? I have no idea. That looks like a dumpster, maybe, but it could also be a cart. I don't know what's happening. But there are other pigeons around it. Maybe it's a dumpster. But yeah, having a blast, clearly. So yay. Go burb. Just nowhere near me. Okay, so Grounded for Life, 5 mana, instant speed, costs 3 less if card targets a tapped creature, destroy target creature. So this is a very, very common card to see these days. And actually, It's Your Girl Summer has posted 2 of the previous versions of this. So we have the Luminous Rebuke from Bloomborough, destroy target creature. We have Seized from Slumber from hello back from Duskmourn. So we've had versions of this. This seems to be like what they've settled on to some degree for white removal. Either you get a 5 mana removal spell that doesn't have to target a tapped creature, or it costs 3 less to cast if it targets a tapped creature. Now, if they untap it in response, it doesn't fizzle the spell. That's one of the good things about this. But yeah. So Grounded for Life, same thing. I mean, again, you're going to want it in white. It is a good removal spell that you need. If you have ways to tap their creature in the set, that's even better because you can do something by like tapping and then also destroy. But again, this is going to be like a solid B-B card. Because you're just gonna want removal on a Kent, on other things. Burb cards, you don't think she'll want this one? Yeah, there's some pretty burbs in this. That's not one of them. Okay, so Hamato Guardian Stance. So, we have 1 mana. Target creature gets +1/+3 and gains flying until end of turn, scry 1. Now, there's various versions of this type of card. This is very defensive compared to the norm. The scry one is nice. So this is like a combination of a lot of different things that give reach and do all sorts of stuff. So oftentimes they're in green, sometimes they're in white. The white ones and usually untap them, but this one does not. Again, we also, the original one of this is Mighty Leap, which is a 2 mana, gains +2/+2 and gains flying until end of turn. And that's more aggressive. That often means that you were usually using this in an aggressive form to end the game with a flyer and just get in. Surprise. Sometimes you could use it on defense and try to just block a flyer that they were attacking with, or block something bigger that they were attacking with. This is much more defensive because it's only +1/+3. It's clearly intended to defend, and that's the guardian part of this. And the scry one is useful, but I'm not excited about this trick usually. We do have the latest, so we had a 1 mana one that gave flying and +1/+1 and then prevented combat damage to things in like in various sets before. So like there's a lot of different versions of this. I've never been terribly excited about it, but I have gotten got by it on occasion. I prefer the, untapped version, like give it untapped, give it a the element of surprise and a better tempo. But the scry is pretty useful too. So again, this is going to be like a C card. I don't think you're going to be super happy to run it, but you might have to. But yeah, I mean, +1/+3 does mean that you might be able to eat something and save your own creature. But again, that's never been a very powerful effect, even at 1 mana. And you might be able to get in with your one flyer that only needed 1 more point of power to get there. But yeah, with your one creature that needed 1 more power to get there. But yeah, so high flying ace, 3 mana, 2/3 flyer, 4 mana, target creature with flying gains flying until end of turn, activate only as a sorcery. That's really useful. I didn't know there was a duck in the turtles. I feel like there should have been a Count Duckula crossover with turtles. Count Duckula is my favorite duck. Okay, anyway, so a 3 mana, 2/3 flyer, not great. Like fine, like stats. I mean, it's just slightly better than a Windrake, which we're used to in blue of like 3 mana, 2/2. But a 3 mana, 2/3 flyer is a thing. But it also has this lovely later game thing that is very important. How it looks like Howard, yes. But yeah. So, there's so many TMNT series in the West as well. You'll find every fair. The characters that I remember most, obviously, Rocksteady, Bebop, and from the cartoons, Rocksteady, Bebop, Krang, the Mousers, the scientist Baxter. Those are the main ones that I remember. I mean, I'm sure I obviously Reza and from the Secret of the Ooze, I definitely remember those, but yeah, so like and of course Shredder. I mean, the Shredder and the Turtles and Splinter are always, but like I don't remember much else in all honesty, so it's I don't remember a duck, whether villainous or a friend. So yes. And Krang. I remember Krang. I don't know if I said Krang. But yeah, so this 3 mana 2/3 is just, it's a fine stat, and it does block this filter definitely, But I do like the fact that it has this 4 mana, give something else flying until end of turn. You have to really pay attention to that later game. I like that. I think that's worth the price of admission. I think this is a C+ card, perfectly runnable. All right. What? Bad Apple Big Sister? Is she evil? I mean, she doesn't sound evil from this. This sounds awesome. Splinter said that once ninjas defended the poor and the weak from power. We could be real ninjas. We can fight for the people. I love it. But why is that a bad apple? And who is she a sister of? I don't even know. Anyway. They didn't have sisters. Sorry. Was that just a new plot line? Like, look, suddenly you have a long lost sister and a twin. And their twin has a beard. So we know they're evil. Like Spock. Okay. Anyway. Okay, so we've got 5 mana 3/3. When it enters, create a 2/2 red mutant creature token. So you at least get 5 power and 5 toughness across 2 bodies. And so, but it's also a plane cycler. I do like having plane like cyclers in a deck, and it's for 2 colorless, which we do like. They can be more and less powerful depending on the set. This is notably a way to get 2 creatures onto the battlefield behind the East Wind avatar. So that is something to take note. It does synergize with that card decently. Former Foot Soldier after Splinter took over the Foot Clan. Splinter took over the Foot Clan! Got hurt in some action and got blood transfusion from Leonardo that transformed her into this. That's a lot to take in. She does have some of the accoutrement of the Foot Clan, definitely. Interesting. Wait, are you saying if we all got a blood transfusion from the turtles, we could become turtles? Sign me up. Okay. Anyway, so we'll see how good this is. Right now we're gonna give it C+, perfectly playable. But oftentimes, as with things like Final Fantasy, there were definitely better ones and worse ones. So if I go into let's go exactly into Final Fantasy. And let's go commons and search with these options and sort by color. So the Cloudbound Moogle was only decent. The Iceland could definitely have some uses, especially if you had any flicker. Malboro was one of the better ones. And this was mostly unplayable, but you sometimes had to force it. And then this was the best of them. So Balam was the best, followed by Malboro, and then followed by Iceflan, and then the white and the red were meh. You could play the white and not be super unhappy about it, but if you were playing the red, you weren't really happy about it. So, and it's only really if you needed the fixing for most of the others. But the Balam, you were perfectly happy to run because it was a mammoth and it was great. And also it was in a color pair, the green black, in which you had a lot of recursion, in which case, you know, forest cycling was great because then you could just get that card back with any number of recursion spells like fight on. So so they vary, the cyclers, they vary in power level a lot these days, and we'll see how much we want to prioritize it. And we'll see how much other fixing there is. So that will determine where this card actually ends up. For now, I'm going to put in a C+. That's perfectly playable, but not super exciting. Koya, Death from Above, 3 mana, 2/1 flying. When it enters, exile to one other target creature. What? Oh. Hmm. Hmm. Sleep Well Lucid? This is a nice card. So, number one, there's so many uses for this card. I really like this card. Okay. Base, right? Absolute base. You get, for 3 mana, a 2/1 flyer that can exile one of your own creatures to reset it. So, out from under, for example, if white has a pacifism effect, if blue has a sleep effect, and we'll see whether they do, but like, here's what we're talking about. Most recently, they had, help. The blue from, what was it even called? It was not Blossoming Defense, that's the green. I don't even frickin' know. Anyway, it's 1 and a blue, and it taps down your creature, and your creature can't have -1/-1 counters put on it. That's the the thing. And from Lorwyn Eclipsed. And there's also the white. So let's just go into the advanced and not go into this, because I do want to actually look at these cards and show you the stuffs here. So let's go for Lorwyn Eclipsed. Let's go commons, search with these options. So if we go into, yes, okay, here it is, Blossom Bind. So tap enchanted creature, it can't become untapped. So what we would do here is, right, you'd go Koya comes into play, you'd exile the creature that's enchanted by this and put it back into play. This will fall off. So that's like one of the things you can do. Additionally, this also had the white enchantment. Obviously, won't, by the way, they won't work with things like Liminal Hold because they're not even in play, so you can't target them. So it also won't work with the ossification that we have already seen, the dimensional exile. But it will work with these other ones like Spiral into Solitude, right? This pacifism effect, if they haven't already exiled it. That is a really cool thing that you can do with this. You can also cast it, exile your opponent's creature so that it can't block. And it will return at the end of the return stuff. You can also exile one of your own creatures and get its enters the battlefield trigger again. So, for example, if you exile Jenica and it comes back into play at the end of the turn, you'll get another 2/2 red mutant creature token. So that is pretty sweet. Now, that's at the base for 3 mana. That has a lot of utility. But if you happen to have 7 mana in white-black, you can, in fact, just exile another target creature completely. Right? So you pay 3, you play this, you exile their creature. As long as Koya doesn't die, I'm pretty sure this doesn't work if Koya dies. But at the beginning of the next steps, you can pay... maybe it does. Is this a delayed trigger? Chat, help. Where are the rulings? Let's go Gatherer. Let's go... What was it? Koya? Is it... Koya. Okay, they don't have it yet. Well, that's annoying. All the cards have been spoiled. That's odd. That's weird. Anyway, I'm not sure whether this is one of those delayed effects where you can still, even if Koya is gone, at the at the end step, you can pay 4, and if you don't, right, you can pay the 4, and if you do, you don't have to return that card. You can just exile it completely. So I really like this card. I think this card, no matter what, is going to be at least a B or B plus. I think it's a really good card. It is a delayed trigger. Good. Okay, from the release notes. Excellent. Thank you. Yes, so the release notes are another thing to check. So here is the release notes. We will do the link here. Thank you so much for that, Kapunk. Really appreciate it. But here's the link to the release notes, the general notes, and you can see some stuff about Sneak and about other things. That is always really useful to read through. It's a lot to consume, but and I haven't looked at it yet, clearly, but I try to look at it after I do the first look, so I don't necessarily bias myself to anything. But so it does talk about particular cards that might be, you know, spicy in terms of the rules. Okay, so this does say it's a delayed trigger, so this is very good. Even if this dies, you'll be able to pay that at the end of the turn and not return the creature. So I really do like this card. I think it's a B or B plus. That's a really nice card. If you are in both the colors or can find a way to play both of the colors. You can even splash, but it's good enough without the splash. So, Leonardo, Big Brother. Now note that they're all legendary here. All 3 of these are legendary, so you have to be very careful about the number of legendary creatures, and unfortunately that does make the set a little bit wonky to play, just like Spider-Man. I did not very much like Spider-Man, so but I've heard better things about this set in terms of people who have played it. So I'm not trying to say it's like Spider-Man in terms of, you know, how poor an experience it is. I'm just saying it does have a similar number of legendary creatures, and you have to be careful with that because, again, Leonardo Big Brother's a perfectly fine card. The Koya's a perfectly fine card, but if you have multiple in your deck, again, you could run low on ability to cast the next one, right? And have a dead card in hand. So, so just keep that in mind when you're playing it, just like you kept in mind when, you know, you were playing the Spider-Man set. You had some creatures that were legendary that you wanted multiple copies, but sometimes it hurt. Okay, Leonardo Big Brother, 3 mana, 1/3. That's not good ROI, but it gets +1/+0 for each other creature you control. It's only others, so it's not a 2/3 coming in for 3 mana. So that's kind of meh. But this sneak effect for 1 white for on an unblocked creature is very similar to okay, so where is the thing I'm thinking of? Might of the Masses. So, so one of the things that like this card would do, right? This is what, you know, an unblocked creature, like, so for example, if you're flunging with a ton of small creatures, right? And they think they're okay, right? And the, you know, one of the little 1/1s is getting through, but suddenly it's a 9/9 because there are 9 creatures, right, on the board. Might of the Masses was a really good way to get somebody. And this is kind of that on a stick, right? A 1/1 becomes unblocked, right? Gets in unblocked, and you return that, right? And you get that +1/+0 for each other creature you control. So it doesn't really matter that it's not getting +1/+1. It matters what it's doing damage. Now, admittedly, if there's like a lightning bolt in the set, the 3 damage instant speed is going to be a little rough with this card. You have to pay attention to that when you're trying to perform this trick. But it is important to note that this is sort of the same idea. We also had we had a white-green card. Oh god, where was it from? It would okay, it was Murders at Karlov Manor. MKM. And it was a common, and it was 2 colors. Oh, there it is. Crowd Control Warden, right? So this one was a surprise, like it was a 2/2, but then it suddenly was like a million. And as because you would you just turn it face up for the disguise cost, and then just hit them for 1,000,000. That was one of the things to do. There in the same set, I think there was also another of the cards that I'm talking about. It was an uncommon. It was green for 1, I think. So let's see if I can find that quickly. Get a leg up. Yeah. So until end of turn, target creature gets +1/+1 for each creature you control and gains reach. So that was sort of an upgrade on Might of the Masses. So yeah, this ended a lot of games as well with those 1/1s getting through. So this is actually a more powerful card than it looks at first glance. It's just you have to set up the time to use it. And so again, you know, sneak is a mechanic that's it's called sneak because it doesn't only apply to creatures. It's also spells that can happen like this. So it is not ninjutsu, which is only creatures. It is supposed to be sort of a different take on ninjutsu. But again, yeah. Real Killer Dub, welcome. How was your stream? I hope it was lovely. But yes, just like in Spider-Man, which had the in-web, which was a similar ninjutsu type idea, but only for creatures as well, you're gonna want to make a lot of bad blocks will be incentivized just so sneak doesn't happen. So again, that's something to consider. In any set with a ninjutsu type mechanic, like in-web, like sneak, like, you know, Kamigawa, Neon Dynasty, some bad blocks will be incentivized. You made Mythic, congratulations! So yes. So that's Leonardo, Big Brother. And remember, again, legendary creatures, so you have to be a little bit careful about how many of these, if any, you put in your deck. I'm going to give it a C+. I think it's playable, but again, so I think the first copy is probably a B-, just because I really do think this has the capacity. The white so far has the capacity to go wide, potentially, and we'll see how it goes. But I think the second copy is pretty useless, overall. So, you know, we'll see. Second copy might be okay. You might call it a C or C+, but the third is absolutely right out. Don't count until you then proceed us on to 5 is right out. Sorry. Lobus there, the holy hand grenade of Antioch. Okay. So yes. Leonardo, leader in blue. 1 mana, 2/1. Okay. With other things to do. Which is, so let's, Savannah Lions, eat your heart out. So this card used to be a rare and really, 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 really good. In case you were wondering. This card, which was like originally printed here in alpha. 1 mana, 2/1. God, it was so good. And then just not good enough. Not good enough. So this is the latest iteration of 1 mana, 2/1s. So let's see what it does. So Leonardo, leader in blue. We've got sneak for 5. But when it enters, if his sneak cost was paid, creatures you control get +2/+0 until end of turn. Oh god. Okay. And then you can pay 1 and a white against first strike until end of turn. So ideally you are casting this for its sneak cost, but in a pinch you can just play it on turn 1, and being able to get first strike is really nice. If there's any pump or equipment in the thing, we see equipment here, then that can actually be a real threat early. But ideally what you're doing is sneak and doing the mass pump here. So whereas this one is just hoping to get in and have a lot of creatures and be the only one that gets in and just is huge, this one is hoping to do this mass pump, so it's kind of giving you a like a coordinated charge to some degree. It's still only +2/+0, but like it's still that. So this is a really nice one for that. And again, when you sneak, you remember that one of the value pieces that you're getting is, as long as it's not a token, you're getting this creature back to replay for its and get its ETBs, etc. So it is always worth remembering that. Again, legendary creature, so take what we've said, previously into account. I do like this card. I think it's a B or B. It could graduate to a B plus. So I think the first copy is a B plus, B or B plus. And then I think the second copy is like a C plus, and then third, no. All right, Lita, Little Orphan. Okay, that's just creepy. 2 mana, 2/1. Whenever another creature you control enters, choose one that hasn't been chosen this turn. Put a +1/+1 counter on Lita. Create a food token or scry one. That's value. That is a very good little card. It's creepy, but it's a good little card. I like this card. I'm going to go with again, legendary. I'm going to go with the first copy on this is a B plus. This is a very good card. I like this card. It reminds me of, so this is Gala Greeters, right? 2 mana, 1/1. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, choose one that hasn't been chosen this turn. +1/+1 counter, tap treasure token, gain 2 life. A lot of the time, this scry 1 and +1/+1 counter is +1/+1 counter is the same, but scry 1 might be more useful than gaining 2 life. Creating a food token might be, if we have artifact synergies in this, might be even more important than gaining 2 life. The one thing that this did that's super, super stupid is the tapped treasure token. The ramp was one of the key things for that, which this does not do, thank goodness, because otherwise it would be rare. Another creature you control enters. No, if you played another Lita, the trigger would occur, because it would be another creature. It's not another creature with a different name. So you would get this trigger. You'd have to then choose one to sacrifice. So Lita is on the battlefield. Lita enters the battlefield. The trigger goes on the stack, but then you sacrifice first, and then you'll get the trigger. So don't choose put a +1/+1 counter on this. But yeah, I really like this card. I think it's very good. I think that scry is really, really nice, but you can also grow Lita if you need to. So make your move. 3 mana, destroy target artifact, enchantment, or creature with power 4 or greater. This is a direct reprint of an MKM card, which I really liked as a removal. It was very versatile. So I do really like this card. I'm kind of sad that they reprinted it exactly. Because I think you can, if you're gonna make a set and it's gonna be small, you might as well make some cool creative decisions that actually have to do with turtles. So while I loved this card in Murders, it really was along with that theme. And it was reprinted in Foundations. But this turtles, like you can make it work with the turtle theme, but I feel like you could print a different card that would do turtle stuffs better. But anyway, it's still a good card. It's a artifact, enchantment, or creature with power 4 or greater. Against opposing white decks and the dimensional exile. That can be very important because we've seen the enchantment based exile there. We've probably going to see, I see an artifact here, right? Creature with power 4 or greater, removing that, again, always a decent thing. There were certain decks that would never have like a creature with power 4 or greater, like for the first parts, and you really needed to remove them. That's the slight downside of this card, but we'll see exactly how many things in other colors have the power 4 or greater to make this good. So again, this one's gonna be like, for me, it's usually a B. I definitely want to pick them up reasonably, in the middle of the pack. Sometimes they wheel, sometimes they don't, but That was for MKM. There were a lot of creatures with power 4 or greater and artifacts and enchantments I wanted to remove. So we'll see what how this set works with it. Mighty Mutanimals. 4 mana 2/1. When it enters, create a 2/2 red mutant creature token. And whenever another creature you control enters, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. So immediately, this is going to have... So basically, when this creature enters, you create a 2/2 red mutant creature token. That's going to then trigger another creature entering. And you can put a +1/+1 creature on target creature you control. So you can choose the Mighty Mutanimals or another creature that you already had. So essentially, that's going to be 5 power and 4 toughness across 2 bodies that you're getting with 4 mana, which is very nice. And in white, again, we've seen a lot of things that going wide is very nice for this Leonardo. It's very nice for this Leonardo. It's very nice for this Eastwind Avatar. You can also do it on the 2/2 token, because the token will trigger, and then you can put it on that creature as well. So it depends on whether you want a 3/2 or a 3/3 or another creature to get the +1/+1. So this is a very good card for what white wants to do in this set. We're probably going to, mutant creature tokens, we're probably going to see some sort of synergy with that. We'll see exactly what it is, but I'm assuming that mutant is going to be a relevant creature type, and we'll see what that looks like later. I'm going to give this a B+. I think it's a good high pick for white. It is a commitment to white with double white pips, but I like this card. I think it's very good. So, Quintessential Katana. 1 mana, equipped creature gets +1/+1 and has, whenever this creature deals combat damage, untap it and you gain 2 life. Whenever a ninja you control enters, you may attach this equipment to it. Hi, Floof. What you doing? Yeah, hi. Whoa. Interlude with cat. Sorry. Wow, he just removes all stress, right? It was just drains. Cat purrs are so nice. And cat floofs. Okay, I gotta get back to this. So I'm going to give you some treats. I'm gonna get back to that. Thank you so much. Cuddles were lovely. All right. Oh, that was nice. So. So this is basically a reprint to some degree. It's got a little bit extra going for it of Sai of the Shinobi. So this was originally printed in Plane Chase. This was the original Plane Chase here. And this was printed in the Ninja deck that was printed for Plane Chase. It was really cool, that Ninja deck. I really thought that one was fun. Super, super sweet. Now, so this says, right, whenever a creature enters the battlefield under your control, you may attach Sai of the Shinobi to it. The creature gets +1/+1 and equipped 2. So there's some new abilities for this on the new card. It is also whenever a ninja enters. We've had other ones that ninja enters before. So there is a blue common 2 mana and it's an enchantment. And it says in a text, ninja. So this is Smoke Shroud. So this is another instance, but it's an instance where ninjas enter, right? So this one says you can return it attached to that creature from the graveyard. So we had a lot of things that benefit a ninja coming into play, right? Or benefit something coming into play, and you can just equip for free or attach for free. And so these are really cool cards because they equip for free. So this is one here, right? This is particularly white rather than colorless or blue. And we've got, because we're not really used to ninja being like, usually ninjas are blue and black. That's the most frequent ninja colors in the past. So they've always been Dimir, or some breakdown thereof. And so this is an odd one to see, but there we are. We got a lot of ninjas in this set that are white. And I'm sure we got a lot of ninjas who are other colors as well, given that the turtles are probably each color. And so here we have this 1 mana, gets +1/+1 for equips 2, and then whenever it deals combat damage, untap it and you gain 2 life. Okay, sure. But this is the key part. Whenever a ninja you control enters, you can attach this equipment to it. So the ninja that is unblocked will automatically be at least 1 more powerful, which is pretty sweet. You can also play it on 1 and then play a ninja on 2 and equip it, and that ninja's automatically bigger, which is nice. I think it's a fine card. I think it's probably a B or B-. I don't think it's a super high pick, but I think it's fun. I have to see more of the set and exactly how big things get before I figure out whether the +1, how relevant the +1 is going to be. So we'll see. But in general, having one of these is nice. But we have seen Make Your Move really quick as an artifact destruction spell, which is interesting. Okay. Oh, look, we also have... Oh, boy. Okay. So Last Ronin's Technique, before we get to this. Last Ronin's Technique is 4 mana, instant. It has Sneak, and that's the difference now between Ninjutsu and Sneak. Sneak can be actually on spells. So this is create 3... Oh, dang! Create 3 1/1 white Ninja Turtle Spirit creature tokens. If this spell's Sneak cost was paid, they enter tapped and attacking. So this is exactly the Captain's Call type thing that we were looking for this Eastwind avatar to be really good. We also we go really wide with it, which is really nice for Lita to continue to just do all 3 of these things in a turn. Going really wide, again, really good for Leonardo and the other Leonardo. It's also really good for the Mighty Mute Animals. So this card is a super high pickup if you're in white. It's just a very, very good card. Obviously you kind of want the other stuff too, but it's instant speed. So I really like this card. I'm going to give it a B+. That is a very nice card for enabling everything white wants to do in this particular set so far. So Uneasy Alliance, 2 mana, can't attack or block. You can pay 5, sacrifice it, and create a 1/1 black ninja creature token. Activate only as a sorcery. We've seen that in Duskmourn. We've got white. We've got 1 and a white. We've got common and dusk. I think this was the one. Nope, this was not the one. What was it then? It wasn't Final Fantasy, was it? Was it Edge? It was Edge. Nope. It was Avatar? Okay. That makes sense. Just forget which sets these are. They come out so fast. Yeah, Path to Redemption. Thank you. I think there was something previous that did the similar thing as well. But this is the one that I'm remembering. There was definitely something that did this prior. It's a functional reaper did the same thing, but it created an ally token. The other one created something else, I think. Probably a spirit. But yeah, so this is Path to Redemption. Same idea. Again, you get to pacify something, and then eventually you get the resources to exile it, to get it off the board. And so again, the presence of this card makes the make your move better against opposing white decks with using these things for removal, not only the Uneasy Alliance, but also the Dimensional Exile. And it also makes the Koya even better, just because you can get something else out from under the pacifism effect before, if they haven't had a chance to exile it yet. So, okay. So that's all the white cards. From having now seen all the white cards, what are your thoughts on white? I'm a little scared of exactly how many legendary creatures there are. There are so many. There are so many. This is a little scary. This is scaring me a bit. As much as I've heard from a lot of people that it doesn't play like Spider-Man, this is a lot of, oh god, this is a lot of legendary creatures. Oof. You like Last Ronin's technique best? It is a very good card for enabling everything. So I've been instructed by some people that apparently loading ready run did its pre-release, and apparently that I haven't seen it again because I wanted the first look. But apparently they played it and it was better than Spider-Man, by a lot apparently. So I'm just afraid, having looked at it here like this. So we'll see. Okay. So again, let's go start the blue here. I do think that Mutanimals and Last Ronin's technique are going to be some of the most powerful cards to get in white at the uncommon slot. And I do really like Lita and Leonardo's for that, but Koya I think is my favorite. These are going to be the most crucial, but I really like Koya. Okay. So, April, Reporter of the Weird. So, I do love what they've done with April. Ninja Turtles was, as far as the humans went, was very freaking white. So I'm really happy that they introduced a little bit of diversity to it. That's pretty sweet. So yeah. Foodbird, but yeah. Mutant Ninja 2 instead of 1. Yeah, that was the Foodbird has seen things. So this is a 3-mana 2/2, not a great ROI. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, draw that many cards and discard a card. So instead, so we've seen this sort of what we call this is the Ophidian ability. This was the original card that kind of did this thing. Then look at that, it's exceptional artwork. That is nutty. But basically, it could hit when it hit an opponent and was unblocked, right? You could pay 0 and draw a card, and it dealt no combat damage, and then you could get the thing. Yeah, isn't that so cool? Now, since then, there have been so many different iterations of this. We had the otter in the common otter. We have so many, by the way, but this is one that you might remember recently from Bloomborough or Ikoria. It was whenever it deals damage to opponent, draw cards. We've got a lot of things that have 3-mana 2/2 whenever it deals damage to opponent, draw a card. A lot of different iterations of that. But this one's interesting because it draws 2 and then you discard 1. So you get card selection along with it, which is pretty sweet. So I think this card is, you know, it's a really nice card to perhaps get through with. Now, the question is, how frequently is a 2/2 for 3 going to be getting through? And that is a little bit rough, because Thieving Otter was so good because it was in a set with Mutate. So it could suddenly get very, very like big and still have the abilities. So it was really, really interesting. So again, you're going to want to make her bigger, better, faster, stronger, and or, you know, somehow give her evasion. So we have seen a little bit of evasion here in the form of like a bad spell, the Guardian stance here that gets flying, but you know, or like the high flying ace that will get flying later, could be fine. But remember that actually one of the worst cards, this was actually not a good card in Kamigawa, even though it had reconfigure, right? Because you could attach it to a bigger creature. It just wasn't that good. So that is something to consider. So it based on the set and how it plays, how fast it is, how big or small the creatures are overall, which we'll learn as we go along. The types of creatures, the Ophidian types of creatures get better or worse. And so I'm really not sure where to rank this right now. I'm going to start off with a B-, but it could go up from there. We will see. We have seen a couple like ways to pump as well, just with like equipment, etc. This will not equip for free to April because she's not a ninja, but you know, it is at least making her a 3/3 that might be harder to block. So, and then we have a bow right next to her, which we'll take a look at in a second. But I do want to point out that this is going to be a variable effect in terms of power level. Like, again, if you have a ton of removal and you can make sure you can get in and keep filling your hand up, sure. But like, it does depend. This was just not good enough in the set for the most part. Okay, so let's look at this bespoke bow. So it's 3 mana. When it enters, return up to 1 other target whoa! Excuse me? Okay, this card is great. This card is fantastic. So, I mean, on its face of it, it's not a body. So it's not our little Rhymekin, right? Recluse, right? So Rhymekin Recluse is just like one of the best versions of Mana War that we had in a while, right? Return up to 1 other target creature to its owner's hand. So you could turn your own creatures, you could turn your opponent's creatures with a 3/2 for 3. It was on a body. It was really cool. But this is non-land permanent. This is very good for 3 mana. In addition, it's not as good as this, right? It's not as good as this, but it does target any non-land permanent. And it's not opponents only, so that's good. Just like this wasn't. But this is any non-land permanent. This means that, okay, you Uneasy Allianced something early just to stop yourself from taking, you know, a couple damage per turn. But now it's later in the game. You want to pull this back to your hand and attach it to something else, for example. Or you want to take back, you know, you're going to be able to get in for damage and you want to take back something like that is a good sneak card like this one. You played this early, you want it back in your hand to do the things. You can bounce their stuff, their tokens, their mutagen tokens, right? Mutant, not mutagen, but maybe that too, but like you can bounce the tokens and get rid of them completely. I really like this card in this set. And then later on, sure, equip 3 is pretty expensive for +2/+1 and vigilance, but it already had this effect. I really like this in terms of tempo. Tempo is very important in this set because you have sneak, and getting in with any unblocked creature is probably going to be valuable. I think this card is very good. I think it's a B+. It might even get to be an A- depending on how fast the set is. I really like this card. But again, yeah, I mean, it's not Rhymekin. It's not Mana War, but it is pretty good, I think. And the fact that it can then be used to pump some of your smaller creatures in blue and white that we've seen so far, that is pretty nice. It's definitely good. So, Buzzbots. 2 mana, 1/1, flying vigilance. When this creature dies, draw a card. Again, this is good for getting in with sneak. It's got evasion. It's a 1/1. It's got vigilance. That's perfectly fine. It also blocks on the swing back, which is really nice and gets you a value by drawing a card and replacing itself. Seems fine. I think this is going to be a C+. It might even be a B-, depending on the certain decks and how much sneaks you'd have for that. It is also an artifact. You're correct. I don't know how much artifact synergies. Yes. Yeah. Absolutely. Gamer Dude is calling out the previous version of this, which is from 1. So, and here it is. This is almost it is exactly a functional reprint, except it doesn't have Phyrexian and drone as the thing. It has a robot, which might actually be relevant, and insect, which might be relevant for other things. But yes, so this is that. Seems fine. Again, like I said, C+/, I mean, it could end up being a B-. It depends. Yeah, they did so many reprints. I am actually kind of sad about that, because I think that like, I get that certain slots need to be filled. White needs this kind of removal, or blue needs this kind of creature, or this kind of effect. I get that, but I feel like so many reprints. So let's just look really quickly. Buzzbots is a reprint. Uneasy Alliance is a reprint. Make Your Move is a reprint. I think this is essentially a reprint, except the scry. Like, there's different versions of whether you get scry or untap. The Grounded for Life is a reprint. Dimensional Exile is essentially an ossification reprint, except weaker. And so, like, that's a lot of reprints that don't really, that they say, they're like, okay, this magic card applies to turtles, rather than going, turtles would be really good to do a card like this. They're not creating new cards to do the things that, to find new creative ways to do the things that these colors want to do. And I'm kind of sad about that, especially in a small set. So anyway, that's just my feeling. But WotC is not doing, it does some of that each set, but it gets a lot more creative with the larger sets, because it's got to. And I feel like in the smaller sets, it's even more apparent that that's a problem, right? Because, yeah. Anyway, but that's just me. Crustacean Commando. I love this card just on the face of its art. This thing is fucking fantastic. I want to have crabs. Sorry. Okay. It's adorable and I love it. How bad is it? Let's look. 2 mana 0/3. When it enters, create a mutagen token, which is an artifact with 1. Sacrifice this token, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Activate only as a sorcery. Which is just worse than a map token, right? I mean, it's not just worse then, because it automatically gives the +1/+1, but the other one, at least, if you hit a land, you could just put it into your hand. And only as a sorcerer. Yeah, it does make an artifact. We haven't seen any artifact synergy yet, so I don't know what that's gonna look like. But it is a mutagen token which can pump something. This is also an 0/3, which, from what we've seen from the beginning of White, is it least important for early game, for like the 2/2s coming in, the bears coming in on the ground, and like the 2/1 here and stuffs. I mean, I think it's a playable card. I think it's a C+. Let's see about the artifact synergies later. But yeah, no, it is important to note that as Imlar was saying, that, being able to attack with this, even as an 0/3, they're probably not blocking it necessarily, or they might, it depends. But you can then sneak it back to your hand, and then get the mutagen again. So, it's something to consider. I do think it's a C+, but yeah. Hey, Snuggle Bunsies! Donatello's Technique. Oh, I like that art. Also, I'm a Donatello fan, but I don't, the goggles, meh. But the rest of it's nice. All right, 3 mana. Sneak, blue, draw. Okay, okay, so it's divination. I had a brain fart and I was just like, does that mean what I think it does? Yes, it does. Okay. I was like, what? Suddenly I was like, no, wait, what? Okay. So it's divination on the heart, like on its base at sorcery, draw 2 cards, right? So which we've always had, but you could actually pay 1 to draw 2 cards if you sneak, which is kind of cool to follow this up with. So basically you play a Crustacean Commando, and then like you attack for it with an 0/3, which I think they'd block by then. It depends. I think having early creatures in this is going to be so important because of sneak. Just like with Spider-Man with Ian Webb, you really needed to play something early, because again, if they could very much spiral by enwebbing and in this case sneaking and getting value. So for example, the little one, playing something early to be able to get an attack was just so important, as well as doing the other stuff. So again, doing this into this would be pretty sweet. I think it's also just a fine card. Again, divination, depending on how slow the set was worth it. But being able to like sneak this back is pretty sweet, you know, etc. So yeah. I'm gonna give it a B, but it could graduate to a B plus. I'm not exactly sure how fast things are. And remember, divination is always, you're only netting 1 card because you are playing this card and replacing it with 2. So the idea though here is that if you really want to play this for sneak, because you really want to be able to get the ETB on a creature again, or play another card. So again, that's what's differentiating this from the norm. Because divination used to be very good, because just going up 1 card was in a slower format was really good enough. Or getting value off casting instants and sorceries at the same time was also good enough. But these days it's less good, so they've been having to do different things to make it more powerful. So versions these days of divination have been much better, and this is trying to do this. We'll see. What? Sneak by itself doesn't let you return the unblocked. Yes, it does. This is part of the cost, right, of sneaking it. You can cast a spell if you also return an unblocked attacker to you control to hand during the declare blockers test. So basically, if you attack with this and it doesn't go blocked, you can pay blue and return it to your hand to cast this spell. Yeah, to pay the sneak cost, part of the sneak cost is also returning an unblocked attacker. So, and also, by the way, like I said, this is a really good thing to read about. The mechanics will be explained in depth with like various things in the release notes, the link to which I posted earlier in the chat. But you can also just look up, TMNT release notes, because that's going to be really important for like the keywords and things and understanding some stuffs. You can't get back in, Gimli? I'm so sorry. I haven't checked yet recently because we haven't gone back because we're still in the middle of the set review. So yeah, anyway, we rank that. Okay. Donatello Turtle Techie. 4 mana, 3/4. When it enters, if you control an artifact, draw a card. Okay, that's just like, it's a C+, perfectly playable card. It does mean that the bow gets better, the buzzbots gets better, the Crustacean Commando gets a little bit better. Just because, again, drawing a card, paying 4 mana for a 3/4 draw card is not that bad. And again, this is a nice card to sneak, because again, you can get the ETB again, potentially. Donatello, Way with Machines. Wow, that's a creepy bit of artwork. Why are his eyes white? What the hell is happening? Oh, I don't like that artwork at all. That's not how he smiles in my book, and that is what the hell? That is wrong in so many ways. Like, this card is good and I'm gonna have to play it, but because it's good, like 3 mana, 1/2 flying, whenever an artifact you control enters, put almost encounter on it, that thing can get out of hand real fast. That's not a maniacal grin for me either. That's not what I associate with that. That's because that's open-mouthed. Maniacal grins are usually, think Smile, the movie, like the horror movie. That's like a maniacal grin. Grins usually don't have the full, like, open mouth. In my mind, that's my connotations of the word. But like this, oh, I hate that art. I like everything about like the pose and like the thing. I just hate the face. That's horrifying. Anyway, this card is good. Take it. It's a nice start here to get like your artifact stuff going and have a really powerful flyer to get in over time. It depends on how much bounce there is. And like, again, we've seen some enchantment removal that exiles it and you'd have to reset it, but it can take over a game pretty quickly. It is bringing up, but it's not quite as good as this often, but it can be this could get to be a problem real fast with drawing second cards because there's a lot of like synergies with that. This, all you need is artifact entering, and it's just any artifact entering. God, I just wish that art was not like that. Svetlin is usually so good. Look at these amazing works of art. Look at that. Holy crap. Look at the use of art and light and color. Just, oh God, amazing. Look at the texture of the skin and like, look at the forest. What the hell was this? I don't understand why the white eyes and the like crazy mouth that doesn't look like a turtle mouth. Ninja turtle mouth. Anyway, I'm really sad because I like this card and I don't like the art, and that always pains me because, yeah. But yeah, this is a good card. Yeah. Anyway, this is a B+. It can really take over games if it gets going, and especially if they don't have removal for that. But yeah. This is not something you want to sneak. Obviously, if it gets in, you just want it bigger and bigger, but it is one of the payoffs for like bringing this back to your hand and recasting it. You can get another counter. All right. So, next card we have is Fugitive Droid. It's 1 mana for an artifact 1/1. It can't be blocked if an artifact entered the battlefield and you control this turn. That reminds me of several cards, the historic cards, the matters cards from it's blue 2/1. So okay, hold on. So this was a really interesting one. So historic, it's 2/1. It's a common. It's blue. Did we already do that? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Relic Runner. Here we go. So this is a similar idea. It's a 2/1, can't be blocked if you cast a historic spell this turn. It was originally printed in Dominaria. And again, there was so many legendaries and sagas and artifacts in that there. Again, legendaries was super, super nice for that too, because there were so many, and in this set it would have been really nice too, but it might have been too powerful. But this is just if an artifact entered the battlefield and you control this turn. You can also pay 1 blue and sacrifice this creature, counter target spell that targets an artifact or creature you control. That is very useful. That is extremely useful. And I also want to see if we have any sort of recursion in this set, in the black, for example. But counter target spell that targets an artifact or creature you control, that is gross. This is very good. The second line, like I don't really care about the first that much. Getting in for incidental damage is nice, but this effect is crazy. That is being able to hold this and make sure that, you know, your opponent has to really, really think before finding removal for your stuff is really, really nice. The pair of these is sick because this can protect that. That is really nice. So yeah, I really like this card with this. I think this card is better, but obviously Fugitive Droid goes very well with it. So I'm gonna give this one a B. It's a good card for that thing. I don't want too many of them, but it's still fine. All right, just because it doesn't get in for enough damage. That's the too many is the thing, and it doesn't have an ETB that's relevant. Okay. Metalhead, 5 mana 4/4. When it enters, return up to one other target artifact or creature to its owner's hand. Okay, so it's a 5 mana bounce, but it's on a 4/4 body. We've had similar stuff at 5 mana, so Journey Mage here was one, for example. It did cost one less if you control a wizard, but 5 mana was for a long time what you had to pay to bounce an opposing creature for a long time, until we got our little Rhymekin and stuff like that and got a bunch of Mana War stuff. We did have a few things at 3 in like M20 or M19, I forget what it was, like Exclusion Mage or whatever, but this was this. So we have so 5 mana, return up to one other target artifact or creature to its owner's hand is pretty sweet, because then you can recast those if it's yours, or again bounce for theirs and still have a threat on the board. It does have, if you're also running red or have the ability to splash red, sacrifice another artifact, put a +1 on counter on it, and it gains menace and haste until end of turn. So I mean, that's just a nice extra bit. I kind of just like it as a top end anyway. Or mid game, it depends like on what kind of deck you built. But yeah, seems good. Cool. It also means that if they target your other artifacts or something like that, or other, you can at least get value out of them by putting a +1 counter on it. Yeah, seems a good card. I like this. I think it's probably gonna be a B/B plus. It could end up being a B plus, but I'm gonna put it at B for now. I don't think it's as good as Donatello, but it's still like a fine card, just because again it's more expensive, and I like its trigger, but we'll see how this goes. All right, Mind Transfer Protocol. Okay, so this is instant speed, 3 mana until end of turn. Target artifact or creature becomes an artifact creature with base power and toughness 4/5 and draw a card. So this is like Neon Dynasty, 3 mana, same thing. There's been various versions of this, but but they have various things like this. So this is target creature or vehicle instead of target creature artifact, because an artifact creature with base power toughness 4/5. So suit up. It's kind of the same thing, exactly, to that degree. Artifact or creature in this case instead of vehicle or creature. So it's not much difference, but again, this is a way to, potentially eat a creature that his opponent's attacking with, or get in for more damage than expected. And it does replace itself by drawing a card, which was one of the good things about Suit Up. So I've never been very excited about these particular tricks, but if you look at the Fugitive Druid and that got into, if you played an artifact and still have the 3 mana, this can be unblockable and then turn into a 4/5 unblockable at that point, right? And then you draw a card. So it's something to consider. Also, it's something to consider if they try to remove something with red, which often does damage. So 5 is difficult for red to deal sometimes, unless it's paying 4 or 5 mana, in which case, yeah. So it's something to consider. It's not a great trick. C+, you can run 1 or so and, not be super unhappy about it. Negates in the set. Hmm. Okay. I mean, it's negate. It's yeah. It's a non-creature spell. Oftentimes in limited, Essence Scatter is better. Because people are playing a lot more creatures than they are playing non-creatures. In this one, we've seen, a decent number of non-creatures. Again, negate's always best when it's countering a removal spell, or when it's countering something like Last Ronin's Technique, which is just a really powerful non-creature spell. In the commons and uncommons, but it was kind of at its best when we had a lot of spells that were non-creatures that made creatures. So, Strixhaven, exactly. It was one of the best sets for negate to be in, and that's why it was printed out on uncommon in that set, in the Mystical Archives, I think. So it is at its most powerful in sets like that, where they were playing things like something that made 2/4/4 elementals, right, for like 7 mana. It was crazy. So things like that. So we'll see how good it is in this set. I've never liked Essence Scatter and Negate being in sets. I don't like playing around them. But blue has to have that on occasion. So in general, counter spells are usually very good when you're ahead or at parity. They're usually pretty bad when you're behind. Just because you're usually needing to use your mana to actually put stuff on the board and impact the board. So anyway, it's a C plus. You can run it if you really want to, if it's working with your deck, or if it fills a need your deck requires. Like if you're having really difficulty, like if you really want to protect something, like for example the Donatello, but I would prefer to use obviously Fugitive Droid, but it is an uncommon, so as opposed to this, which is common. So you have to, I mean, again, keep the mana up and do the things and hope that they're, hope it's well timed. Ooze Spill. Oh, that's Baxter, right? And here's another Svetlin. This is actually good. I mean, it's creepy AF, but this is going to be Baxter, Professor Baxter, because turns into the Fly. It was, yeah. It's so creepy. Like the idea, the concept is so scary. But anyway, counter target spell, so cancel. For 3 at instant speed, create a mutagen token. That is a really nice counter spell that puts like something, at least you get something else. I would prefer though, like for this, I would prefer a clue. Anything. Clue, map token, anything, but at least you're getting something for it. And I do think that in this set you probably have to have this at uncommon, definitely. One thing I need to check really quickly. Okay, so one thing I want to look at really quickly. Okay, so here's one of the big differences between ninjutsu and sneak. This is huge. And this is something we're going to have to remember, and that's why cancel has to be at uncommon in this set. Ninjutsu says return an unblocked attacker you control to own hand. Put this card onto the battlefield from your hand tapped and attacking. This is cast. So these can be countered. Ninjutsu could not be countered unless it was counter an ability. So that's something to really keep in mind here, and that's why that cancel... I had to check, because I wasn't sure. But yeah. So this is really important. So So Oospil is going to be uncommon for that reason. Countering a spell can counter a snuck card. So that's really interesting. And that could blow out something that was supposed to be, a kill. So that's fascinating. Again, usually when you're ahead or at parity, counter magic is good. It's very bad when you are behind. And this does not make up for, the mutagen token does not make up for being behind, because it doesn't allow you to draw a card. It doesn't allow you to ramp. It doesn't, or do anything basically. Because you already have to have a creature on the board to put a +1 counter, so it's like, So, but it may be important for stopping things, and you might want to put one or so in your deck. I'm not sure. It's going to be interesting. Yeah. It's going to suffer from, I think, the same weaknesses as usual counter spells do, but it's still, I think they had to put it on uncommon because it can counter sneak. All right. Ray Fillet, Man Ray. All right. So this one, so again, I'm going to give it like a B-. Seems fine. All right. Ray Fillet, Man Ray, 4 mana, 3/3 flying. When it enters, create a mutagen token. You can pay 2 and remove a +1/+1 counter from a creature you control to draw a card. That is really nice. I like that card. I'm going to give that card a B+. 4 mana for a 3/3 flyer is still decent, but you also get the capacity to turn it into a 4/4 the next turn, or pump something else if that's better. And then additionally, if you have, the mutagen tokens with the +1/+1 counters, a lot of the time that's still not going to make a creature big enough to get in, but you can remove a counter and draw a card. That's really sweet. I do like this. Okay. Retro Mutation is a 3 mana, so it's going to be... Oh, okay. Flash Enchanted Creature is a turtle with base power and toughness 0/1. It can't attack and loses all abilities, so it can block, but it loses all abilities, which is good. So this is the sort of Scream version of this, right? So we've had various versions of Unable to Scream and other things where it loses, and Legitimate Businessmen, right? Unable to Scream loses all abilities, O2. This one could still attack, but this one can't attack and loses all abilities. Flash Enchant Creature. So again, this makes the Flicker creature, the Koya, even more powerful, because again, it gets it out from under that enchantment. It makes the Make Your Move good, destroy an enchantment. So we do need to keep those in mind when we see this. I do like that it says Flash. That does make it somewhat more akin to the latest one, which was the Noggle the Mind. So the use of this, because it has Flash, is actually a kill spell as opposed to a nerf this thing spell, right? So basically, when you Noggle the Mind, the creature that, like, for example, you have a 5/5 attacking, right? You're like, okay, let's suddenly turn it into an 0/1 and eat it. That's the main point of this, is not to leave it on the battlefield necessarily, but to kill it. So this is the key thing. I've seen sources say that it's much more fun than Spider-Man, and Spider-Man was a disaster, but I know that might be damning with faint praise, but they're saying it's much more fun. And I think if you people were saying this having watched the loading ready run pre-release. I have not seen it, and also people have, other people who have analyzed the set that I very much respect have also said that it's better by a lot. So I want to reserve judgment for now. I'm seeing some cool stuff to do. I am seeing a lot of reprints that I really wish they had made newer, since it's such a small set. Just make new cards. Anyway, it feels a little lazy because there's so many reprints, but anyway, this looks cool. Again, for that reason, it's common, so I like that that's there. And the Flash makes it pretty good, so it makes it somewhat on a tier with this, although it is 3 mana. So yeah, I like this card. I think it's fine. I actually think it's probably a B- in blue. I think it's pretty good because it has the effect here. Because again, you're going to use it as a kill spell most frequently, not just a leave that creature on the board thing. You're going to really want to time this right. So But in desperation, you can be like, okay, that is an O1 turtle. And I'm not going to, try to use this as a kill spell. All right. Return to the sewers. 4 mana. Target creature's owner puts it on their choice of top or bottom of their library. You create a mutagen token. So this is Vanish from sight, essentially. Instead of surveilling one, you're going to get that mutagen token, which is an artifact coming into play for the Donatello, or for the fugitive droid, rather. Or for, sacrificing to put a +1/+1 counter on anything. It's not as good as Surveil. I think Vanish is way better, but it's the version we're going to get from this. But it is essentially a functional reprint with the one exception of new mutagen token. So again, blue needs it as tempo, often. But it's not a super high pick. So it's going to be like, C+/B-. Sewer Valence. Oh god. Really? All right. Sewer Valence Cam. 1 mana flash artifact. When it enters or leaves the battlefield, you can tap or untap target creature. You can pay 3 and a blue to sacrifice this artifact and draw 2 cards. Basically you've got a little bit of, one of the interesting things about this is for anything that cares about artifacts entering the battlefield, like this is an instant speed pump for Donatello, for example. It's also an instant speed. This comes into play, and then you could pay red and sacrifice it to put a +1/+1 counter on this. It is interesting there, but you can also use it as, a little bit of a Pestermite effect. Enters the battlefield, tap or untap target permanent. This one's only creature, but it also has a little bit of the well effect from oh wow, there's a lot of more wells than I thought there were. I'm looking for a common. There it is, Witching Well. So this is also like the Witching Well sort of idea where you can pay 4 and sacrifice it to draw 2 cards. That can just be important. You can just play it. So if they went on the play and they have a turn 2, like a turn 1 play, like for example, Leonardo, and then your turn 1 play can be this on when they attack on turn 2 with it, tap it to not take damage, and then try to work toward later sacrificing it to draw 2 cards. It's not especially exciting overall, but we'll see how it goes. Witching Well was actually pretty decent, but that was mainly because it also had the Scry 2 ability. And let's hope that the tap or untap is equally useful. Again, that can mean that they don't have enough creatures to block and you have 1 creature getting through for sneak, which is pretty sweet. So, it can be quite useful. And then also the draw 2 cards. I'm gonna tentatively give this a C+, but I think it could actually graduate to a B-. Again, it depends on the format. So Stockman, Baxter Stockman, Mad Fly. Oh god. Okay, we're doing the puns. It was Mad Flyentist. Okay, so 5 mana, 3/4 flying. When it enters, draw a card, then discard a card. It also it's an island cycler. So we had seen the plane cycler and the island cycler. This isn't bad. 5 mana for a 3/4 flyer with that loots when it comes into play is not bad. And the fact that it has island cycling is nice. I don't know how many times we're going to be running 3 colors. I suspect quite a bit because, again, we splashed 3 colors in Spider-Man a lot because it was a small set and we had a lot of legendary creatures. And so the cyclers were pretty useful in that case. Or at least the dual lands that they had were very useful in that case. In this case, we have actual plain, land cyclers. So I think these might be more useful than normal. But yeah, I mean, it's a fine card. It's not exciting. Again, C+, perfectly playable as far as we've seen so far. Okay, let's just get redundant here. So yeah, we'll see what goes, again, we'll see how powerful the cyclers are as we go in the set. Utrum scientists. Ooh, Krang. And, well, I mean, neither of these, the Utrum, Krang was Utrum. It's just, I don't know if either of these are actually Krang. But so it's 3 mana 2/2 common. When this creature enters, tap up to one target creature and put a stun counter on it. Okay, so this is a Frost Lynx. It's not the same thing because we have the actual like stun counter on it now instead of doesn't untap during its controller's untap step, because that's the stun counters are better because you have to, even if you were to untap it, to try to untap it, you just remove the stun counter as opposed to actually untapping the creature. This one you could actually untap the creature, but we've had a bunch of different versions of this. It's a nice tempo play. We have seen that in Avatar, I think most recently. There was the Snowballers, something like that. Yeah. So it's the same thing as this card, basically a functional reprint. It just has a different card type, and it is an artifact creature, which we do like for artifact synergies in our lovely artifact deck. So again, just a versatile card in terms of tempo and the fact that it has a relevant artifact type here. So I'm going to give it a C+, perfectly playable. You're not super excited to play it, but sometimes it's going to be important. So anchovy and banana pizza. Apparently, okay, somebody on socials posted that they made this. I mean, there's a dead rat nearby, which kind of implies that it's horrid. Do you like penicillin on your pizza? I think I remember this line. But the dead rat nearby is so bad. Little Splinter's cousin. So the implication that this is really bad, but the person who made it online said it's actually good. Wait, no, like, no Italian ever, but like, hold on, give me 1 second. So like, check this out. I gotta go blue sky. Hold on. Yeah, here we go. So once again, taking cooking inspiration from the Tin Digitals, they said it couldn't be dubbed. I made the anchovy and banana pizza, and it actually is delicious. It's Bianca pizza Bianca with anchovies and caramelized banana. Now, I don't like anchovies, so I don't think I would want to do this, but apparently it's good. Apparently it's good. So make of that what you will. Dear God. Sometimes people are like, let's try this. And I'm like, but why? But apparently it's good. I mean, honestly, if people didn't have that attitude of like, let's try this, nobody would have ever eaten a lobster ever. Like, nobody looks at that and goes like, yes, I want to put that in my mouth. Like, imagine the first person who looked at that was like, haha, haha, nom nom. Crusty spiders, yes. But lobsters are delicious. So anyway, someone who is starving, no doubt. Yes, exactly. I will eat this because if I don't, I'm eating my own leg. So yes. Okay. So anchovy and banana pizza, 4 mana. When it enters, destroy target creature. So it's a 4 mana removal spell, but you can also gain life, 3 life later. Although again, that's not what this image implies. This image implies that it's deadly. So I don't know why you're gaining 3 life with this. But you know, so slight flavor fail with the artwork, and the sort of stuff. So I'm not really sure how that works, but it is an artifact for your artifact synergies. It does have the trigger when it comes into play. It's a 4 mana removal spell, which was what black gets these days. It is not exile, it's just destroy, so that's good to know. Again, black is going to take this highly because 4 mana removal is kind of what black gets as a sort of staple. So this is going to be a B/B+, probably a B. Having opponent lose 3 life would have been much more flavor win. Exactly. But it is a food, so we're gonna do this. All right, Bebop, Warthog Warrior. I love Bebop and Rocksteady. Okay. They are so camp. I love it. Okay. All right. So, yes, bacon to a was better because it's an instant. Way better. um, I need to go get a snack really quickly because my tummy's like, we need food. But I will be right back. It'll be about like 2 minutes. I want to make myself a sandwich. Sandwich. Um, I'm gonna do that, and then we're gonna continue with this. I don't have any pizza because it's Blizzard, but I can make myself a sandwich and be right back. This is the swamp cycler, though. That's interesting. Rhinos you control have menace. How many other rhinos are there? And that's not a rhino. That's a boar. Oh, because of Rocksteady. I'm an idiot. I was like, so I'm sure Rocksteady also pumps Bebop. That would be really cool. That's gotta be. But yeah, there are other rhinos in Magic, so that's cool. Elvis's favorite sandwich was peanut butter and banana. No, that's good. Peanut butter and banana is very good, especially with fluff. Marshmallow fluff. So good. No, peanut butter and banana is actually delicious as a sandwich. That's really, really good. I don't actually have I do have peanut butter and banana, but I don't have the fluff. I prefer it with the fluff because I have a sweet tooth. But yeah. All right. I'm gonna get more tea and get that sandwich going, and then I will be right back. So it might be more like 3 minutes. But so I'm sorry for the delay. But I'm really excited to get into this. We got like Bebop here. I loved Bebop and Rocksteady were like the villains that I thought were the most hilarious, and yeah, Baxter always creeped me out a little bit. Kind of obviously, but like yeah. Really, they just renamed last mana value 3 or less. Starts with an E, I think. But yeah, anyway. Okay. All right, I'll be right back and we'll do that. So this is really interesting. So in the meantime, I would love to read your stories of exactly why. So I talked a little bit about what I identified as the characters that I liked. But I kind of want to understand if anybody's watched the newer stuff, is there anything in the newer stuff that you found particularly powerful as a story or storyline? Is there something that they added to the turtles or to the villains or to, what occurred that you really felt was worth, talking about? Were there any like themes and things like that? Is there something I'm missing out on in the newer stuff? Because that's what I want to know. All right, I'll be right back. Okay, sandwich made. Gotta get the tea and run to the restroom. Be right back. Alexa, turn off kitchen. Okay, that goes there. All right. Woohoo. Casey Jones. Casey Jones was in the original. Um, Death in the Family. Watched newer ones and didn't like them. Turtles themselves made it hard to. Oh, interesting. A large rabbit. Usagi Yojimbo was like the original. Before Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, I think Usagi was there. The IDW comic run. Okay, I'm gonna have to do that. Okay. The IDW, that's cool. Okay, so. Whew. Mm. I got real shaky, so I figured I needed food. It's weird how I don't know that I'm hungry until like that starts happening. I'm like, oh, I better eat something. Sometimes. Other times, like my stomach's like growling and trying to eat my spine, but okay. Oh, food, sorry. I have to eat a bit of this before I continue. Does anybody else get like this? Like fakey? I'm not diabetic. Nor pre-diabetic. Thank goodness. Very fortunate. But like, dang. Food is good. And when you make your own sandwiches, you get to put. Oh no! I'm so sorry. You choked on your candy. When you make your own sandwiches, you get to put as much ham and cheese as you want on there, and mustard. I wanted to put lettuce, but that would have taken too long. Dehydration can probably contribute to it. Yeah. I'm hydrating pretty well. Okay. A few more bites. Sandwiches are awesome. So is candy, unless they make you choke. You okay, Summer? Mm. Welcome. Um, the early access is on Wednesday at 10 a.m. Pacific, going to Thursday at 10 a.m. Pacific. Um, so here's the official thing. They have a cool little GIF. Yeah, I hope it'll be helpful for your pre-release. We'll see. But the early access streamer definitely too, and we're just trying to give you a lot of information. I'm sorry I'm taking a break to eat a little bit just because it was getting shaky. Okay. Hmm. You plan to go prepare to be. Oh, okay, awesome. And there's also a lot of other places that you can find information for you to help you out. Um, Definitely check out the Loading Ready Run pre-release. Um, I'm kind of struggling with this card because it looks like Splinter's dead and Shredder's holding him. And at least in the movies, they weren't brothers. They both loved the same woman, but they weren't brothers. So Hamato Yoshi and... Oh god, Splinter's name. Orokusaki, yeah. So Shredder was Orokusaki, and Orokusaki and Hamato Yoshi was Splinter. But they both loved the same woman. That was the line there. They weren't brothers. I don't like this. And Splinter doesn't die. Okay. Anyway, you can't tell me otherwise. Okay. Anyway, so let's take a look at this card. Exile target creature with mana value 3 or less. So this is a similar card that was printed in M21. It was also reprinted in the Mystical Archives of Strixhaven. This was a Japanese version of the Mystical Archives. So there are several differences between them. One is exile versus destroy, which does matter. And this one covers planeswalkers as well, which is interesting. So this one says exile rather than destroy and isn't able to target planeswalkers. But 2 mana to exile target creature with mana value 3 or less has been very important in the past, and especially now with the power creep, where anything with with mana cost 3 or less, mana is ridiculously powerful these days. Can be ridiculously powerful. So Badgermill Cub, for example, and things of that ilk. Hold on one second. All right. Anyway, so Eliminate was good when it was first printed, but as you can see with Power Creep, it's going to be even better now. And the fact that it exiles and they can't reanimate it or do things like that. There's a lot more grim things than I thought there were. Gee whiz. Okay. It might not even be grim. What's the 2/3 that comes back? Death Touch, Duskmourn, you lose half your life when it hits. Oh, Unstoppable, that's the one. Yeah, Slasher. Unstoppable. So this thing. If you just destroy this, it's going to come back. And it is used in some decks these days. Not that many in Standard, but some. There we go. So it is a really powerful little removal spell. It will probably see Standard play. Even though it doesn't target planeswalkers like Eliminate does, the exile is very important. And these days, there are fewer 3-mana planeswalkers right now doing anything in Standard. I believe Kaito's 4 mana, but 3 mana on the ninjutsu. Yeah, so like this is 4 mana and this is 3 mana on the ninjutsu, so it doesn't matter there. So that matters less for planeswalkers to be targetable. But yeah, I think this card will definitely see constructed play. I do think it's a very good spell in Limited as well, especially if you need to control the early game if you're on the draw. That's very important in a set with things like in Web and Sneak and Ninjutsu. So I think this is a very high pick for Black. I think it's a B+/A-. And yeah, I mean, seems really, really good so far in this set. Obviously there will be times where it's less useful. You get it late game and you're like, I really want to kill that 5-drop. But it's just very, very good. So cause a lot of dark jokes, yes. All right. Apparently beavers are a thing in this. So apparently beavers are kind of like cats. Cauldron familiars. This one is a 1-mana 1/1 flyer though, which is really nice for Sneak. When it enters, each opponent loses 1 life, you gain 1 life, scry 1. So it has a really lovely ETB effect as well. So it's a really good sneak target, which is why it's at uncommon here. I really like this card. I think it's a B/Beast Plus. I think it's a good card to get to early and enable your sneak. There's nothing in this set so far that I've seen that would suggest that it has something like a cauldron that you can, keep going infinite cauldron familiars essentially, with Witch's Cauldron, etc. For the familiar, they probably made sure of that. There's nothing in the format that does that in theory. So we'll see. I don't remember this being in the original Turtles at all, or the cartoons. I'm not really a fan of this. This is kind of creepy and weird. These beavers sound terrifying and awful, and I don't understand why beavers, but okay. All right. Beaver Nightmare, there you go. For Chainer. It's for Chainer. That's what it is. All your creatures are nightmares and they get +1/+1. It'll be a 2/2 flyer. Sorry. All right. Anyway, Dream Beavers are there. It's a card. So, Foot Mystic. What? A Ninja Warlock. That's something. Huh. All right. So we're getting our first look at Disappear, which is kind of like Revolt. Oh wait, sorry. But here's the instance of it. Right? As long as a permanent you control left the battlefield this turn, X happens for any card with Revolt. And Hidden Stockpile was a good example of this. So if a permanent you control left the battlefield this turn, X, right? And this one is at the beginning of your end step, do this. You could also sacrifice a creature scry 1, so you could keep, making it happen. I'm not really sure why this isn't Revolt. I mean, I get that ninjas disappear, etc., are hard to find, or blah, 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 or, like, hard to see. Like, I get that, but, like, disappear doesn't matter in that case, because this isn't ninja. So I get, like, thematic for ninjas, but this is on 2 insects as well. And it's the same mechanic as Revolt. Does anybody... Am I missing something? Can somebody let me know? Specifies a permanent you controlled. Is any permanent under your control? No, but it says under your control right here. This is you controlled. Same thing. Yeah, if a permanent left the battlefield under your control. It says right there. So there really is no difference? I think they just wanted a name for the mechanic for this set in particular, but I really don't understand why that's not Revolt. I mean, obviously, thematically, Revolt doesn't mean anything in the Turtles universe necessarily, but... So, anyway, 4 mana, 2/4 lifelink is fine. Maybe only a creature ability. Ah, that would be interesting, where Revolt can be on anything. Creatures or blah. Because, like, it was on Renegade Rallier as well. So it was on creatures and enchantments. And maybe this is only on creatures. I still don't like that, because it's still the same thing. But I guess if you're gonna, yeah. The reason they're differentiating Sneak from Ninjutsu, Sneak can be on spells, not just creatures, but it's also a cast versus a put into play. Whereas this doesn't have any difference between when it's on a creature versus when it's on a spell. And nor would this. I don't really know. Ah, well. They had an article about Revolt. Though they addressed it for the set. Maybe it's in the, Let's look here. Disappear. Okay. Group's abilities take care of a permanent blah. Yeah, it's the same thing. Anyway. It's a perfectly fine mechanic for this set. I don't know why. I mean, it seems confusing for new players to call it something different if it is effectively the same. So I must be missing something. So here we go. 2/4 for a 3 mana. Sorry, so 4 mana for a 2/4 lifelink is okay in the set that I've seen so far. 4 seems to be a good toughness stat overall for a common here. And when it enters, you could get so you could pay 4 mana for 3 effective power and 4 effective toughness across 2 bodies, one with lifelink, which is pretty good. It seems pretty easy to activate this permanent leaving the battlefield with the mutagen tokens, with a sneak effect, with just trading off creatures. So it seems fine. This is a C+, it's a playable card. So it was what I expected. They just renamed an existing mechanic. That's just stupid. There's no need to do that. Like, it just confuses new players and old and enfranchised players. Whatever. Insectoid exterminate. And it would make sense if it were just ninjas, because, you know, ninja, vanish. Okay. But you couldn't name it vanish because vanishing is actually another mechanic already. So, but like, disappear, fine, sure. But only put it on ninjas. This is an insect mutant. So is an insect warrior. Why are they disappearing? Anyway. Flying 2/2 for 3. Okay. So it's a like bog imp or whatever it is. At the beginning of your end step, if a permanent left this battlefield on your turn, scry 1. That's useful. That's very useful on a 3 mana flyer. Cool. Again, C+, perfectly playable. Not like super exciting, just decent. Lord Dreg, Insect Invader. 4 mana 3/2 flyer. Meh. At the beginning of your end step, if a permanent left the battlefield under your control this turn, create... Oh, that's excellent. Create a 1/1 black instant creature token with flying. That's really good. With how easy it is to get to disappear stuff, this is really nice. And then you can also pay 4 mana, sacrifice a token, draw a card. Love it. In green. So again, green-black is the best way to get value out of this, but it's still a good card, even just in black. That's fine. I'm going to go with the first copy. Again, is going to be a... probably B+ for this. I really like this card. But again, goes diminishing returns on the legend stuffs, as we've said. Orokusaki, Shredder Rising, very nice. 3 mana, 3/1, sneak 2. When it deals combat damage to a player, you draw a card and lose a life. I like it. Good sneak, good stuffs. Again, legend rule. So I'm gonna go with a probably a C+ for this one. It could graduate to a B-. That's a fun ability with what we're seeing here. But yeah, all right. Pain 101. So until end of turn, target creature gains death touch, and when this creature dies, return to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control. We've had a ton of things like that. You know, fake your own death type stuff, whether they give it +2/+0, whether they give it death touch, whether they give it X, Y, or Z. It's just iterations on that. Again, a lot of these creatures have good ETBs. So many creatures that we've seen have ETBs in this. So when every creature basically has an ETB, this type of effect gets very good. So yeah, like it's just a fine card. It's a C+, perfectly runnable. Yeah. And if you don't have a lot of recursion and you want to protect, that's kind of what you do with this. Paramecia Coloniax. Zombie worm, 2 mana, 2/2. When it enters, mill 3 cards. Okay, when this creature dies, you may exile it. When you do, put target creature card from your graveyard on top of your library. Okay, so this is very similar to a zombie that we've had in the past, the Butler. Oh, no, Butler. Undead Butler or something like that. Yeah, there it is. So when it enters, mill 3 cards. When it dies, you can exile it. When you do, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. So this actually goes to the hand, as opposed to this one, which is 1 more power and goes to the top of the library. So it's still value. It's not quite the same level of value because it doesn't go right to your hand. So it does sort of require you to take a turn off to draw it. But same idea. Anyway, zombie worm looks like it's got Shredder. Is Shredder gonna be zombified? Who knows? Okay, so this is a good way of filling up the graveyard. If there's other recursion, that's great. But again, it gets stuff back to your to you to be able to play again. It fills up the graveyard. They probably want this in standard for various things. They just needed a thing that does this because it's very important for the graveyard recursion type decks. For like, and this and like the other one are going out of print, I think. Out of standard soon, if not have already done so. Like Stitcher supplier, like Stitcher supplier here. Was in Duskmourn Commander, Final Fantasy, yeah. So like this one's no longer, it was, I don't think it's in standard either. So they're needing another one of these to make things like the Mirror Reanimator stuff still work. So that's why they're putting this in the set, in my opinion. I don't think they were like you know, this is not like heavy on the storyline, I guess. Or rather, the story didn't dictate that this had to be in this set so much as the need for standard to have a card that does this, in my opinion. It's a fine card. Like it's a bear that gets additional value. If you have a bunch of recursion, great. But it's also a way to just mean that when this dies, you still get value by getting your best creature that was in the graveyard back on top of your library. So, I'm gonna give it a B. I haven't seen enough recursion yet. I'm sorry, I'm gonna give it a B-. I haven't seen enough recursion yet to make it really great. Okay. Shredder's Armor. Because remember, like if it dies later, or if you play it later and it dies, you will have a bunch more creatures in your graveyard and possibly get back your absolute best bomb, right? It doesn't have to have milled that bomb because you don't have to get a card that was milled by this. So, Shredder's Armor, 2 mana, +2/+1. When this equipment enters, attach it to target creature you control. Equip, you have to sacrifice another non-land permanent and activate only once each turn. Okay, so we've had a bunch of things where, you know, you have to sacrifice something to equip. Usually it's more than +2/+1, so that might indicate that things are just generally not as powerful here. So we had one from it's fairly recent. It was black for 3, I think, or could have been 2. I want to say a Baldur's Gate, but I'm not actually sure. To sacrifice something to equip. It was really interesting. Okay, hold on. Let's just go. It was uncommon. One in a black. Oh, Lost Caverns? Maybe. Yeah. That does sound like it. Okay. Definitely. Okay. One in black. LCI. Search. Maybe it was it it wasn't common, was it? Yeah, because I think it enabled descend. Was it one black? Was it just like... Yeah, no. Discard a card? Am I thinking of the wrong thing? I don't know. Maybe it was discard a card. I don't know. Maybe I was thinking of the wrong thing. Anyway, the sacrifice something to equip did recently happen. Obviously Duskmourn had the rare that did that. It was +2/+2 and lifelink, the tools. But yeah, anyway. But +2/+1 seems a little light for having to sacrifice something to equip it. But it does get the free equip on the first iteration, which is nice. I don't know how to value this card right now. It does seem that if you combine it with blue, you get a lot of mutagen tokens that you can sacrifice to equip, but +2/+1 is just not that impressive for that effect. I think we at least got +3/+1 on the other one. Whatever it is. I mean, it is a disappear enabler, sure, but so would just attacking be. And so would just sacrificing the mutagen tokens to give +1/+1 counters. So I don't know how to value this. I really don't know how to win. I'm going to give it a B- to start with. It is an artifact. It does give +2/+1 and attach for free the traverse time. So, and maybe that's enough to make a creature big enough to just keep getting in. But, all right. Shredder's Revenge. 3 mana. Choose one. Target player discards 2 cards, or target player draws 2 cards and loses 2 life. Okay. So, this is a combination of an idea of like, okay, you can choose Mind Rot, right? Target player discards 2 cards. All right. So this is a card that isn't that good. It's very bad when you're on the play. It's better when you're on the draw, because they already start down a card and you get to take 2 cards out of their hand. So that's always been the case with Mind Rot. That's where it shines, is when you are on the draw. So it's often something that people sided in. Now, whether it was good or not also depended on the speed of a set. If a set was very slow, then Mind Rot got infinitely better, because people would be holding on to really big cards, splashy cards toward the end, and you would be able to take those out of their hand. But if the set were very fast, you just didn't have time to care like about mind rotting their hand. You had to impact the board. So, Saw from Duskmourn with a sats. Okay. I'll go find that in a second. But this is Mind Rot. And so you have that option stapled onto this card. Choose one, target player discards 2 cards. And so that's nice to have that option, because the versatility of having that option makes it perhaps better than it might be otherwise. Or target player draws 2 cards and loses 2 life. So we've had that in the form of Night's Whisper. You draw 2 cards and lose 2 life, right? Now, this is target player, so you can actually use it on opponent if they're at 2 life to make them draw 2 cards and lose 2 life. So we've also had Sign in Blood, which said target player draws 2 cards and loses 2 life. But note that each of these are 2 mana, and this is 3. So what you're doing is you're paying for the convenience of being able to choose either one. Because 3 mana in black at sorcery speed usually gives us something to the effect of Read the Bones, which allows you to scry 2 first, then draw 2 cards and lose 2 life. So it gives you can look at 4 cards for that amount of mana usually. So up to 4 cards. So you're seeing that each of these, abilities is, so this ability, the second one, is slightly nerfed, because you get the option of having target player discards 2 cards. Because again, Mind Rot is not very good, usually. And so they didn't feel the need to nerf this part of it. But target player draws 2 cards and loses 2 life. I like the versatility of this. I think this is nice. The fact that you can also say target player, and make them take 2 is always nice. Because again, sometimes you were gonna finish off that game with your lovely scorpion. Wait, where's my scorpion? Was it? Oh, it was like the drawing was a scorpion. It was from Crimson Vow. God, what was it? How am I blanking on that? It was a good card. I loved it. It was one of my favorites in that one. It's uncommon. Oh yeah, Fell Stinger. The scorpion wasn't in the name. Sorry, it was in the type. I should have put it in the type. But yeah, so this is Fell Stinger. So sometimes you just made target player draw 2 cards and lose 2 life. It was the final points of damage that you needed, and so that was pretty cool. So I do like this card. Okay. I do think it's a C+. I can graduate to a B-, but I think it's mostly a C+. So you said it was the saw. That was the sacrifice equipment. This one? No, this wasn't sack to equip. I mean, the tools was this was the one that sacrificed to attach. But I thought there was another one. I thought that the one from... I really also thought that the one from LCI was sacrificed to equip, but I was just wrong. Might have been Baldur's Gate or AFR or something, but maybe I'm just making it up too. Could also be very possible. Now this is Dominic Meyer, who always nails the art. Just so cool. And this is Shredder's technique. They all blend because they never see play. Fair. So this is 3 mana sneak, black. Destroy target creature or enchantment. If an enchantment was destroyed this way, you lose 2 life. But you can also sneak it for 1. Alright. So, so here, you get the option. So this is a sorcery rather than an instant. So it's weaker in that respect. But if you target a creature, you don't have to lose the 2 life. If you target an enchantment, you do. It can also be made cheaper with a sneak. So, and in that case, it's played at essentially instant speed. So this is a very high pick. Withering Torment in its set was not as good as you'd like necessarily, just because losing 2 life in a set that was slightly that fast was, a little bit rough. But yeah, still good. And one of Black's only ways to deal with enchantments. Besides Feed the Swarm. So this is a fine card. I would probably be taking it quite highly, because destroying a creature for 3 mana, even at sorcery speed in black, is pretty darn good. So I'm going to give this a B+ card. It is also pretty crazy to be able to sneak for less, and get your ETB again on that creature, etc. So seems sweet. Shredder Unrelenting. 5 mana, 6/4, Death Touch. When it enters or attacks another target creature you control gains Death Touch until end of turn. Okay, that matters a little bit less, but okay. The sneak as well. Oh god, that means I'm gonna have to play around 6 damage in black. Oh god. Cool artwork, by the way. Ryan Pancoast. Well, that's really crazy. Like, it really hurt getting hit by the, let's go Neo, hold on. So Dokuchi Shadow Walker was also 4 mana. It did 5 damage. It really hurt getting hit by this. So it was never something you looked forward to, and it happens so frequently. An extra point of damage, 6 is you know, is a lot as well. And the fact that this can also give another creature that's attacking the ability to potentially trade with something much larger than it is really pretty good. I don't know. I am very worried about exactly how much advantage people have from going first in this. In any ninjutsu set, or in web or sneak, it is very scary how much value somebody can get from just attacking with the second creature that they have that you're on the draw and you've only got one creature, right? Like, it's just... it can spiral very quickly, as we saw with the white-green, which was the most powerful color pairing in Spider-Man. So it's... I'm just a little bit worried about this one. Because, I mean, already we have, just in general, as, you know, Limited has progressed, it's been a lot of the time very, very much advantageous to go first. You get, like, some ridiculous number of percentage points more likely to win. So the die roll matters more and more and more, and I hate that. But with a set like this, it matters even more, it appears. So one of the things that you're going to have to keep in mind when you are building your sealed pools for this pre-release is that you really do want a large number of early plays. It's going to be very important to be able to stop initial attacks. Whether those early plays are removal or creatures with butts, or, you know, just good value creatures that can trade. Cool. Yeah. Anyway, so this card is not, like, ridiculous. It's just concerning. So I'm gonna give it a B. It's just a solid sneak card. And it does mean that whenever you're playing against black, you have to be wary of potentially taking 6 damage where you thought you were taking 1. All right. Splinter, Hamato Yoshi. 2 mana, 1/3, sneak for 1 black, menace, and other ninjas you control get +1/+1. So they sort of, they didn't make the ninjutsu any cheaper, because we did have, in fact, the ninja from Kamigawa, what we called Master Splinter, which was blue-black, exactly these colors, uncommon, and silver for a master. So we called this Master Splinter. This one made ninjutsu abilities cost 1 less to cast, so, like, to activate. So, like, we could do that for sneak as well, but yeah. But this one says other ninja and rogue creatures get +1/+1, and had ninjutsu itself, which was pretty cool. So this has sneak and menace, and other ninjas you control get +1/+1. So it's a good card still. And I'll probably be taking it as, depending on which type of deck I'm doing. I mean, still, sneak is a good mechanic just for getting value. And a 1/3 menace is really good early here to stop initial opponents from attacking. Pumping all your ninjas if you have a preponderance of ninjas in your deck is very, very good. So again, I'm gonna give this a B. It could graduate to a B plus. Obviously in a ninja deck, it's definitely a B plus if you already have a ton of ninjas. And again, there are a bunch of ninjas, but there's also a bunch of like insects and mutants that this doesn't deal with. So if your deck doesn't have enough ninjas, then you'll still run this, but it won't be as good. So, all right. Squirrelanoids. 1 mana, 1/1 death touch. This is a good creature. People don't want to block it. It also blocks the early attacks pretty well. And some later ones when like you have a big shredder and then just can just block it. So I actually like this card. Like Typhoid Rats was really good in ninjutsu sets because it was just really good for being able to get in. Things like this are good for being able to get in because people don't want to block them with a more valuable creature. And they allow you to get that sneak in. It also blocks really well early. So I actually think this one's a B minus as opposed to the normal C plus that I would give it in certain other sets. All right. Stomped by the foot. They didn't really stomp, they kicked. Kicking is different from stomping. Do you agree, chat? I mean, if it said Raffle stomped, fine. Anyway, the Foot Clan were the generic villain, soldier, henchmen for various villains. But yeah, mainly Shredder. But yeah, interesting perspective on that. But they were also trained in martial arts, and so Stomped is weird. Because Stomp isn't really identified as a... But anyway, so this one looks like Dominaria's they stomped on Ralph on the roof. That's kind of... No, they kicked him. They kicked him while he was down. I don't think they stomped on him. They just kicked him. Yeah, so basically here from Dominaria we had I can't write. So from Dominaria we had Vicious Offering, so it's 2 mana, instant speed, sacrifice a creature. You had the option to kick, right? Sacrifice a creature. If you didn't kick it, if you didn't sacrifice a creature, -2/-2 until end of turn. If you did sacrifice a creature, -5/-5 until end of turn. So this is the exact same card, except that you can sacrifice an artifact as well. And that does matter because we have a lot of those mutagen tokens going around. And some of the mutant... No, the mutant is... Yeah, mutants at least is a creature, is a creature token, but the artifact is the mutagen tokens. So, this is just a good piece of removal in black. It's versatile. You can sacrifice again. That will also enable your disappear. But in a token deck, especially, it's going to be really nice, either with the blue-black or the white-black that we've seen so far. Because the white-black produces creature tokens a lot of the time, and the blue produces the mutagen tokens a lot. So, I mean, it's just that. I mean, it's a very similar card. But it does have the additional versatility of an artifact as well. And they're both instants, so that is also interesting because, again, you can make something smaller mid-combat, and so that your creature will eat it rather than trading with it. That's always nice. Or getting eaten. But it is not very original. Okay. Tunnel Rats. 2 mana, 2/2. Oh. Okay. Return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. 5 mana. Okay. And I think the other day when I was trying to remember the name of these, I think I called them ratters. I think they were actually called mousers. Somebody correct me, but like I think I was thinking about it like the other day when I was like working on a student's paper, and I was like, mouser. I think it's a mouser. Am I correct? Is it a mouser, or is it or is it something else that I'm forgetting? Little robots were, I think, mousers. Yes, mousers. Okay, good. I was like, it came from like 25, 30 years ago. So, which was like, I think the last time actually, it probably was more than 30 years ago, probably. So that's crazy. So anyway, this is a 2-2, which can block early things, which is really nice, but it can also come back later. It does come back tapped. That's notably very, very important. Again, there's sacrificing stuff. Stomp by the foot is the main thing that we've seen so far. We haven't seen a lot of other things that care about, like, that make you sacrifice things and get value out of that. So we'll see. Getting excited to play with Sneak, yeah. So this one is just like a fine early drop that the opponents don't want to trade with, basically. So it's possible that it could get in and be a sneak target, or a sneak, thing to return. It doesn't have an ETB, so that's not great. But I mean, if you want to get your sneak in, there you go. But it's also, something that they don't necessarily want to attack into. So again, if you need early plays, this is something to consider. I'm going to give it a C+. I think it's perfectly playable. It could graduate to a B- just for those reasons mentioned. I'm not exactly sure whether it's that good for that, but we'll see. Bot Bashing Time. 4 mana, deals 6 damage to target creature. If that creature would die this turn, exile it instead. Sorcery speed. Okay, I mean, 4 mana for 6 damage is more than we usually get. Usually that takes 5 mana. And the exile is a nice touch because although we haven't seen much recursion, it's always possible that it's rare or something, or mythic or something. Have we seen any? I mean, this one, not really. But anyway, so bot bashing time. It was sometimes just what red gets, and that I think kills everything we've seen so far. I don't think there's been anything that doesn't kill. So unless in green they've got like 7 toughness things, I think this kills everything in this common and uncommon that we've seen so far. So it's at least for 4 mana you're gonna kill something. It's gonna die. So yeah. It is sorcery speed, meaning you can't take care of something that's being snuck in. But it's a good removal spell for what red gets. And so, I'm gonna give it a B-. I mean, you're gonna have to run some of them. And you're not gonna be too upset about it, but again, it's sorcery speed. It's a little bit clunky, as red often is. Casey Jones, Jury Rig Justiciar. 2 mana, 2/1 haste. When it enters, look at the top 4 cards of your library, reveal an artifact card from among them, put them into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Okay, I mean, 2/1 haste for 2 is not awful. And especially if they weren't expecting it and they attacked into your empty board and they didn't have a sneak, but you do, this can probably attack, and then you can sneak something in, for example, for 1 on 3. But this enters, look at the top 4 cards of your library. So we've had things like this before where you have a 2 mana, something that does look at the top 4 card library. If you reveal an artifact card from among them, put them into your hand. The card itself was fine too. So this was actually played quite a bit in Limited, because there were so many artifacts in the Aether Revolt and Kaladesh like thing. So yeah, there seemed to be quite a bit of artifacts in the blue that we've seen so far. Fewer in the other colors, but still some. So it's definitely worth considering this just as, a value card. I kind of like it. It may draw you an extra card is what you think about. If you don't see an artifact them, so what? Like, yes, it does feel to look at bad to look at those cards and be like, oh, I really wanted that one. But Again, it's random, and if you have a deck with a lot of artifacts in it, you might just draw a card, and that's really good value off a 2-drop that already has 2/1 and haste. So I like this card. I do think it's in the right deck, and then artifact deck it's a B+. I think it's a B normally. It's a perfectly fine card. You're kind of happy to play it. And yeah. Here's another artifact creature. Nice. General Trag, Heart of Stone. That reminds me of Land of Faraway with like Christopher Lee. At last I am rid of this Heart of Stone. What was the next line? Has something crushed me for years or something. That was a really good movie. It was a kid movie, okay? It was so super campy, but like so wonderful. Has a baby Christian Bale. First it was called The Land of Faraway. Then it was like Mio in The Land of Faraway. It was like it was an Astrid Lindgren who did Pippi Longstocking story. But anyway, Heart of Stone, 5 mana, 4/3 trample. When it enters, you may sacrifice another artifact. When you do, deals 4 damage to target creature. Okay, so it is 5 mana for a 4/3 trample, but if you have one of those mutagen tokens or anything on the board that is worth it, like 4 damage to target creature is pretty crazy because it's going to be a build your own flame tongue. So this card is, a house. So this can be pretty good. Like even if you, so the what you have to consider though is if you can't sacrifice another artifact or if it's not good enough to sacrifice another artifact. You can set it up though, I think pretty well. If it's a blue deck that you're playing with. So blue-red, I think is where this shines, obviously. It has to be another artifact, so you can't use this as a 5 mana removal spell to deal 4 to target creature, which is unfortunate. But still fine. I mean, the 4/3 for 5 is not a good ROI. But if you get this to happen, it is very good. So again, in the right deck, I think it's very, very good. I don't necessarily want... I certainly don't want 3. And the second one gets significantly less valuable. Although you can sacrifice the first track to the second. Never mind. That's actually fine. It's fine to have a couple on the top end of this. That's fine. So I'm going to give this one a... I'm going to give it a B in most decks and a B+ in artifacts. Probably similar to the Casey Jones. Oh, right. The legend rule will happen before the trigger resolves. You're correct. You're correct. The trigger will go on the stack. You may sacrifice another artifact, but you will have already sacrificed the trag. You're absolutely correct. So still, 2 is a little bit wonky, depending on how many mutagen token generators you have. So, or like, things that are small to sacrifice that you don't mind sacrificing. But yeah, the Crustacean Commando goes well with these. You're absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct. So you cannot sacrifice the first one to the second one. The state-based action will take effect first. So yeah, this is not as good. Sorry. Thank you, Phone, so much for pointing that out. Yeah, that's annoying. But yes, very true. So again, B and then B+ in artifacts deck. So hard 1 Jitte. So this is 2 minutes. So I would like to point out, okay? I'm going to point out because I actually saw Saffron Olive open and mispronounce Raf's Jitte. Raf doesn't have Jitte. He has size. And I'm kind of pissed off about it. Unless he gets it in unless he gets it in the cartoons that I'm not aware of. But that is not... He has size. He doesn't have Jitte. Sorry, I'm stretching. Anyways. Anyway, so equipped creature has double strike, equipped for 2. Sure. I mean, that can be a surprise coming out of nowhere. Especially good on a trampler. So I'm expecting this to be best on in a red-green deck. But we'll see. Or Death Touch, was always fun. Because First Strike on a Death Toucher is crazy. Therefore, Double Strike, same thing. So the Jite goes really well with this little Squirrelanoids. But yeah. So fine card, B. Seems decent. Jenika's Technique. 3 mana sneak red, deals 2 damage to each creature. Okay, so it's a Pyroclasm for 3, sorry, at instant speed. So Pyroclasm is 2 mana, deals 2 damage to each creature at sorcery speed. This is 3 mana for 2 damage to each creature at instant speed. I do anticipate that this will be best in a red-green deck, wherein the creatures have heavier toughness and can last through this, and this is meant to take out, blue, black, and white creatures best, just because those tend to have lower toughnesses overall. But yeah. So it also can sneak such that your small creatures can trade up with bigger creatures, I guess, in your red-white deck. I just don't know how frequently that'll happen. We'll see. But yeah, if you need to sort of empty the board, you could perhaps block with a bunch of small creatures and then deal 2 damage to each creature post-combat with the full cost. Or if you're attacking and they block with what you need them to block with, that they think is advantageous to them, say they block a 1/1 with a 3/3, then you can sneak one of your creatures and do 2 damage to each creatures, for example. I'm not sure how much I like this card overall, but I think it's going to be, for now, I'm going to put it as a B-, but I don't even know if it's that playable, depending. I do think that if they get off to a really fast start and they're on the play, it's probably going to be very good. But it depends which cards and because if they're off on the fast start with like a 1/3, right, a bunch of 1/3s, then this is going to be ass. But if they are off on a bunch of like zombie worm into like tunnel rats into squirrelanoids, right, then you can totally fire this off and get like a 2 or 3 for 1. I don't know how to value it yet, so these are hard to evaluate. Like Pyroclasm itself in Duskmourn was nutty because so many people produced little glimmer tokens and stuff like that. So that was a really good card in Duskmourn, but it wasn't good in certain sets that had been printed and prior to that. All right, Manhole Missile, 2 mana, 3 damage to target creature. You may put a card from your hand on the bottom of your library. If you do, draw a card. So Fire Prophecy. Yeah. 3 damage to target creature. You can put a card from your hand on the bottom of your library. If you do, draw a card. This is an exact reprint. They're both instants. This was a very good card in Ikoria, because the addition of being able to put a card from your hand on the bottom of your library, draw a card. So put away something that was useless at the time and draw a card was really, really nice. This is going to be a high pick. This is going to be a B+. It's just a really good card. It kills a lot of the things that we've seen, including this 5-drop, which is kind of nice. So again, say your prayers, Toidles. Sorry. I think that's Rocksteady. It looks like the rhino, yeah. And definitely has that accent. So, but yeah, this is a good card. It is a true reprint, just like we've seen. But yeah. So anyway, that's that. Again, I wish they'd I do like the the Manhole Missile, but like, can you make it slightly different? Anyway, Mouser. Oh, they are Mousers! Yay! Okay, we do have Confirmation and Mouser Foundry. Nice. These are so iconic. I love these so much. I also liked killing them with Donatello's bow in the PC DOS game. That was the best against them. So 2 mana, you can choose one. Create a 1/1 colorless robot artifact creature token, or target creature gets +3/+0 and gains first strike until end of turn. So we've had a lot of variations on this. Usually it's like the versatility of it is what you want. Plus 3% and gains first strike is pretty nice. If you can also have the option of creating a 1/1 artifact token. Again, creating artifacts is important here, but again, the combat trick is not awful. Plus 3/0 tends to be good for getting in for the final points of damage, or the first strike is really useful with plus 3/0. So seems fine. Again, it's C+, it's perfectly playable. It's not super exciting, but there you go. So you have to choose one, it's not both, remember that. Mouse or Foundry, 2 mana. When this enters or leaves the battlefield, create a 1/1 colorless robot artifact creature token. Okay, so 2 mana, make a 1, and then you can also pay 5 later to deal 3 damage to target creature and make another 1. I like this card. I think this card is good. I think this is a B-. I think this is a nice card in this set by a lot, because not only does when it comes into play does it create 2 artifacts. That's really, really nice for that Donatello card, because it's 2 +1/+1 counters on it. But later on, it can also do 3 damage to target creature, which is very relevant in the set based on the toughnesses that we've seen, and also create another 1/1. So I really like this card. Seems quite decent. Mutant Town Musicians, 3 mana, 2/4 trample. Okay, 3 mana, 2/4 trample. That is not a bad stat in this. Whenever another creature you control enters, gets +1/+0 until end of turn. Sure. All right. Sounds good. Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna give this a C+. It could graduate to a B-. This one's actually an interesting one. Again, putting multiple creatures into play in the turn would be really, really good. So this actually combines really well with the white. So yeah. Dang. Okay. Null group biological ass. Sorry, no, assets. 3 mana, 3/1. During your turn, this creature has first strike. That can get in quite a bit. Whenever it attacks, you may discard a card. Okay, so you can rummage whenever it attacks. I like this card. Good C+. Again, could actually graduate. I mean, first strike is and 3 power is actually pretty good in this based on the stats that I've seen. And then the fact that you can rummage as well, pretty sweet. It is, like, I do have to see how much, like, 1 damage to target creature there is overall. I haven't seen much yet, so I'm not really worried about that. It doesn't block well, of course, but that's not what it's intending to do anyway. That it can trade up. I mean, it can trade for a 3/3, so that's not that bad. You just don't want to block a 1/1 with it. So, yeah, this is fine. Again, C+, it could graduate to a B-. There's small chance. I'm not sure. Old Hob, Alley Cat Blues. 5 mana, 4/4. At the beginning of combat on your turn. What? Okay, gross. So this card is sick. In this format that I've seen so far. Like, I'm very impressed with this card. So basically, beginning of combat, your turn, create a 2/2 red mutant creature token. It gains haste. Destroy it at the beginning of the next end step. You can pay 1 and a white. Target attacking creature token gains indestructible until end of turn. Okay. So this card is just a recurring source of creatures, and creatures with haste in particular. Which means that since they're going to be destroyed at the beginning of the next end step, the opponent doesn't really want to block them. So they're really good sneak targets. And they also are just, creatures coming into play for this Mutant Town Musicians. And more importantly, for the really stupid cards like the Mighty Mutanimals, right? Like, yeah, dumb. In combination. And you can tell that obviously, it's very much intended to be a Boros cards because it literally has the white activation here. But it's good enough in any deck, I think, as far as like that is running red. I think it's perfectly fine. 5 mana, 4/4 is not the best stats you can do, but you also get that 2/2 red mutant creature token going. Additionally, at certain times, depending on how many of the things you have, like you can use it to get, to stomped by the foot, right? Sacrifice the thing that was going to die anyway, and give something -5, -5. So it combos really well with this card as well. Yes, if you give the card, wait, where did I go? All right, next. If you give the creature token indestructible, the mutant creature token indestructible, you destroy it at the beginning of the next end step, but indestructible means effects that say destroy or deal damage to it, lethal damage to it, don't work. So you get to keep it if you can pay the white. So this card I am very impressed with. It combos with so many nice things. I'm going to give it a B+. I think it's very good. Yeah. Moving along. Purple Dragon Punks. 2 mana 2/2, add 1 red. Spend this mana only to cast an artifact spell or activate an ability. Any ability. So again, you can use the red for the colorless, any color here. Or you can use it to ramp into an artifact spell, which is really nice because again, we've seen some artifact spells that I think are a little bit too expensive like this one. So it would be nice to be able to cast that on turn 4. I do think that this card is just a nice 2/2 to play early that possibly ramps you but stops opponent's aggression perhaps, and do stuff. Like it's still just a fine card. I think it's a C+. It's, you know, I'm not unhappy to run that, but it's not like super exciting. It's just, yeah. It depends on how many like crazy artifacts they have at rare so far. But again, yeah, in an artifact deck, I really like that. Raphael, Most Attitude. So 4 mana, 4/3 menace. Decent. Whenever another creature you control enters, you may exile the top card of your library. When it attacks, until end of turn, you may play a card exiled with Raphael. Okay, so you're going to have to keep a track of which cards are exiled specifically with Raphael, because there's other cards that exile as well, but you can't play those whenever you attack with Raph. Okay, so the turn this comes into play, it is vulnerable to the 3 damage spell that we saw here, the Manhole Missile. But if you get to attack with it the next turn, it has to have a little bit of evasion with the Menace, and you can also, as long as you play a creature and then attack, you could cast a top card. Hello, not everybody's cup of tea. How you doing? So yeah, so this one seems like it's, you know, it can get decent value. You can think of it a little bit like Zuko, the uncommon here, except that this one you don't have to, you can just attack with it to get the value. You don't actually have to play another creature to exile the card. That said, those cards remain exiled. And you can choose any of them to play whenever it attacks later. Oh, nice. I'm so glad. So again, I think this card is pretty good in the set. I do think it's vulnerable, but I think that what it can do is very powerful, so I'm pretty good with that. Yeah. It says until end of turn, you may play a card exiled with Raph when it attacks. I don't know whether it ignores timing restrictions. Let's try Control F. It does say you must still follow any timing and restrictions. So, okay. So, yes. And so until end of turn, you can play a card exile with Raphael. And it does say until end of turn. So if Raph is not on the battlefield, I think you can still do it. Because it says until end of turn you may play it. I think that trigger just goes on the stack, and then you can play it. I think it's like Gonti, where you can still play them as long as, you know, they're exiled and until end of turn at that one. But Gonti doesn't say until end of turn. But it does use timing restrictions. But yeah. I hate that they, like, some things have timing restrictions, away the timing restrictions, and some don't, and it's weird. But yeah, this one seems pretty versatile and interesting. I think it's gonna be fun one. So Raphael Tough Turtle, 2 mana for a 1/3. Okay, under which circumstances, in your opinion, does tough in Magic equate to 1 power or 3 toughness? Like, if it had 4 toughness, sure, if it's really tough that way. But he's also lifting a dumbbell, which is like power. It's not like taking a hit. I don't understand this. Why? Why is that tough? Why is that? Tell me in what way is that tough? Okay, sorry. Am I funny to you? Is this yeah? What funny in what way? Sorry, went off on a Goodfellas thing. Anyway, so okay, so this is 2 mana, 1/3. Whenever another creature you control enters, it deals 1 damage to target opponent. So we've had something similar to that in the Tarkir Dragonstorm set at Uncommon, actually, because it produced metric ton of tokens, and so it had to be Uncommon. Oops, not Commander. And so Tarkir Dragonstorm, search with the other options. So we want the 2 mana Shocking Sharpshooter. So this was a 1/3 reach, 2 mana. Whenever another creature you control enters, this creature deals 1 damage to target opponent. So it's the same idea, but this also had reach. It was also uncommon, and that produced a lot more tokens than this set does usually. Creature tokens. This does a little bit, right? Quite a bit, but like just not as much as Boros in Tarkir Dragonstorm. But this is a good card for just incidental damage. It's really nice. You're going to be playing lots of creatures. You're going to have creatures enter. That's just a thing that happens. It's a good 2-drop. It blocks opponent's aggression. I just don't understand why it's tough. Like, Raph is like the biggest of the turtles in the... Like, all the turtles are basically the same size in the original stuff. In the newer stuff, though, I have noticed that Raph is the biggest of them. And he's the only one who's like head covering covers the entire head. It's not just the eyes. So I don't understand why it's a 1/3. We'll just put it that way, especially when it's called Tough Turtle. But anyway, it is useful. I do think it's a fine card. I think it could be a B- in certain decks, especially in the Boros decks. But I think in most decks it's going to be a C+. It's going to be just a perfectly valuable early blocker and just a source of some extra damage over the course of the game rather. And perhaps something that they don't want to block. We'll see. Rock Soldiers. Grignak. 4 mana, 4/3. When this enters, destroy up to 1 target non-creature artifact. Okay, that's annoying. Because a lot of the non-creature artifacts that we've seen are food that can just sacrifice anyway. And we have seen a few equipment that it can destroy. So that's not bad. But a 4/3 for 4, I'm not really happy with that, especially with the missile in this, like the manhole missile. This feels a little bit poor. I'm gonna give it a C+. I think it's still playable. Perfectly fine. It's an artifact. It's a 4/3 for 4 rather. That's fine. It's just meh. Okay, Spicy Oatmeal Pizza. 3 mana. When it enters, it deals 4 damage to any target and 3 damage to you. But you can gain back that to gain with this. But I don't like that. I mean, 4 damage to any target is nice for 3. That's not much more than you'd expect to pay in red for 4 damage. Like, we at Uncommon, like, we've had Stoke the Flames for years and years and years, okay? So like we've had this since like Magic 2015, right? Like you can do 4 damage to target creature or player with Convoke even at instant speed. And this is like sorcery speed 3 thing. It is an artifact, but it deals 4 damage to any target, but like also 3 damage. I I mean, they are trying to, like, just like with the other one, they are trying to imply that the pizza's bad, but like, I'm sure this is going to be fine in the set. Like, 4 damage is relevant, but I'm also sure that there's going to be times when you're going to need to play this with 5 mana, because you're going to need to do, you're at 3 life, right? You're going to need to pay 5 mana, play it, put the trigger on the stack, then sacrifice it to gain 3 life so it doesn't kill you. I suspect it's going to be necessary. I suspect it's going to be a B. But like, if you get it early, I think it's great. If you get it later, it can be difficult. I mean, it could go up to a B. Maybe it's a B plus. It depends on, like, I really think it depends on whether you're on the play. I think it depends on when you get it. But yeah, anyway. 4 damage does kill a lot of the creatures that we've seen in a set, so that is important. Wingnut, bat on the belfry. I see what you did there. On the belfry rather than in the belfry. Okay. 2 mana, bat mutant. Alliance. Whenever another creature you control enters, it gains your choice of flying, menace, or haste until end of turn. Okay. Whenever it attacks, each other attacking creature gets +1. So, oh! Is that battle cry? Hold on. There have been a lot more mirrors that printed than I thought, too. Oh, maybe it's not called mirror. It's probably a type. Oh, was it an insect that I'm thinking of? I thought it was a mirror, but it might be an insect. Yeah. Okay, so I gotta do battle cry. What? Is it 2 separate words? Probably. Yes. Okay. What? No. Signal pest. That's the one. Why is battle cry not allowed here? That is freaking weird. What am I doing wrong here? What the hell? Chat, why is this... No cards with battle... What? Weird. Very weird. But anyway, I like that this is battle and cry here and scry. I think I needed to actually just, yeah, enclose in quotation marks. Anyway, whenever this creature attacks, each other attacking creature gets +1/+0 until end of turn. So I don't understand why this doesn't have battle cry. Because that's what battle cry is, literally. So I'm not sure why they didn't do that here. So it does seem that they are either renaming things or just not giving the keywords for things. And I'm kind of annoyed by it because we have a lot of battle cry in this game. So this is very strange. Some of the more famous ones are the ones that I was looking for, which is Signal Pest. It's a pest, not an insect. and Hero of Blade Hold. Yes, we did have one recently in the both one here and LCI, as well as Pyro Surfer in Modern Horizons 3. So I don't understand why they're not allowing this to happen here.
Hello there.
You found it from Ice Age? Damn. What? Why is... I'm not sure. What's going on? I wish they would keep this consistent. Like, only one keyword ability allowed. Interesting. I don't know. I mean, they would have had to explain this in rules text anyway, Battlecry and rules text anyway, but like, anyway, so here's Wingnut. This is a good card. I think this is a very good card, especially in the white-red, like, especially in that. But, yeah. I'm gonna go with a B for this one. It could end up being a B+. There's actually some serious good in there, because, I mean, again, it's gonna be attacking as a flyer a lot of the time, and as long as you can cast some smaller creatures, it's a good, sneak target, sneak, pullback. And then also, if you're going wide, like we do in a lot of the stuff here, that's just really nice. The battle cry is very good. This can take over games really quickly. Yeah, Zog, Triceraton Castaway, 5 mana, 5/4 reach, trample, and this is the Mountain Cycler. When it enters, target creature can't block this turn. That's nice. Okay. Yeah, the reused keywords with new names are super confusing. This one is only confusing to me as a more enfranchised player to be like, hey, why is that not keyworded? That is a keyword ability. So, like, you should say battle cry, right? Or gains battle cry here, right? Like, weird. But, so, I mean... You were going to have to explain it anyway, because you explain these keywords too. Like, Alliance says, whenever another creature you control enters, something happens. And then, Battle Cry has just this, right? So, but, meh. Mirror. All right. Again, we're going to see where these... cyclers end up later, which ones are more powerful and blah. Reach, trample is interesting. 4 toughness is at least not 3, because 3 seems to be pretty painful here. And yeah, we'll take a look over time. Again, as the set plays, we'll figure out whether the land cyclers are any good. Again, I think in this set, for me, now that I'm seeing more and more of it and the sneak mechanic and so on and so forth, I think that doing nothing on turn 2 and mountain cycling or plain cycling, swamp cycling, island cycling, I think you might be dead. So I think that might be giving your opponent too much time to spiral out of control. So I'm a little worried about that. I think, so in this case, I don't think that they're normally going to be used to do anything but fix for later game stuff. I really don't think you want to use them to just sort of hit your early land drops. I think that's a very bad thing. I think you really want to play early. You can't keep a hand without early drops, I feel like. So yeah, anyway, but yeah, so, we'll see how those break down. Again, I'm going to give it a C+ to start with. I think it's playable, but I could revise that over time. All right. Whew. Let me drink something. We're already in green. 5 hours into the stream. Sorry, I like talking about all of these things and seeing the old cars and what they do and so on, comparing and contrasting. Okay, so Courier of Comestibles, 2 mana, 1/2. When it enters, you can search your library for a food card, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. If you don't put a food card into your hand this way, create a food token. So it's either a 2 mana, 1/2 with a food token on the thing. So that's an artifact entering. It's a food token for, sacrificing later. Or you can go get a food card. So that makes this fetchable. which is actually interesting and does make this a more valuable card than it would be otherwise, because you can actually get it with this. Same thing for the black anchovy and banana pizza. Being able to fetch this up is stupidly good. So that is very nice. And that does make those more valuable to me than they would be otherwise. Even so like this, like the black one I was going to play no matter what. This one again was going to be a little bit more of a scare fest. But the fact that it can be fetched up is very, very good. Yeah, so this is like 2 mana potentially draw a card and get a 1/2 body, or 2 mana put a food token into play. I like this card. I think it is good. And we might see some stuff here. So I do like this card. I think this is probably a B, but I could see it graduating to a B plus. It's obviously once you start, if you know you're in green and red and you already have this card, this is going to be a hugely high pickup, because it can fetch you your removal, which is so nice. So let's go see the next card. Yeah, I like this card. So Cowabunga. Okay. 1 mana. Look at the top 4 cards of your library. You can reveal a mutant, ninja, turtle, or land from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order, so it doesn't fill up your graveyard. Mutant, ninja, turtle, or land. Land is nice. Mutant, ninja, turtle. We've seen a lot of that, but we've also seen human, citizens, insects, and other things, and like the frog spirit here. How often are we going to be hitting something other than a land? And again, I don't want to be doing this early because I want to be playing stuff to block stuff. I'm usually not a huge fan of these. So these are like things like, yeah. What's the badger one? Maybe it was beavers. It was beavers, right? Yeah, commune with beavers, fine. So these types of things, reveal an artifact, creature, or land from among them, put it in your hand. I've never been a huge fan of these cards. I know a lot of people, thanks, not everybody. I know a lot of people prefer to do like these cards. And I will run them on occasion. I've just never been a huge fan of them because they don't impact the board. They cost the 1. It's nice to be able to do that. And looking at more cards is nice. 4 cards here, but it's a little bit restrictive here. These 3 types are a little restrictive for what I'm looking for. I'm not a huge fan of this card. And I tend not to run them that frequently unless I absolutely need some card selection, or like I get value out of casting instants or sorceries, or or I really need to find a land card. But again, I don't want to be doing that in the set early. I got to make sure that I really got a good early curve. So yeah. I'm not going to prioritize this highly. I think it's, I think it depends on your build. I do think there are a lot of mutants, and I think that's the most common of the thing you'll probably find. But I think this is probably a C-/C. I think I'm really unhappy if I have to play this card. But that's just me. Again, a lot of people like this type of card. They like the commune with beavers. They like the, like, commune with dinosaurs was another one. And that was at least 5 cards at 1 mana. That's better, because at least you're seeing more cards. And there's so many dinosaurs in that set, so... and when you're building the dinosaurs, you really just had a lot of dinosaurs. And this one, you'll have a lot of these too. And it is 4, but I don't know. I still didn't really like this card at the time either. So for me, it's not, but take that with a grain of salt. You can definitely enjoy the hell out of that card. I also am sad that it's called Cowabunga because I really wanted a better card to be that. Anyway, Frog Butler. 2 mana, 1/1 Death Touch. Okay, nice. Tap, add 1 mana of any color. This creature gains reach until end of turn. So this is exactly the same card? And I'm kind of annoyed by that again. It's a very good card, but I don't even really like this art, and this art's adorable. Come on, Wizards. Sorry. All right. Well, anyway, this is a Frog Spirit 2-mana. It's a good card. I like this card. Not only is it ramp, but it is Death Touch and can block things, and people don't want to block it. And it can gain reach to stop the flyers from getting in, which again was good because we've seen a bunch of flyers that we'd really like to stop from getting in that could get very big, and or things that can give other things flying. So there's reasons for it being in here. I just wish that I just wish that it weren't a complete reprint. So yeah, I don't even like the art. So yeah, the gains reach versus has Death Touch natively. You're so right. Yes. So this one has reach natively but gains Death Touch. This one has Death Touch but gains reach. I definitely prefer the Death Touch in this set because again, it can stop their early aggression. Yeah. Anyway, it's just meh. So anyway, I like this card a lot. It's just I wish the art were better. Now you can play 2 Prison Frogs in Commander, yes. But yeah, anyway, so there's that. I do think this is a B pick. I think it's actually quite good because again, ramping and fixing is very nice. Stopping their aggression on 2 is very, very nice. So on and so forth. Guac and Marshmallow Pizza. So 1 mana flash food. When it enters, target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Untap it. 2 and tap. Sacrifice this artifact. You gain 3 life. Okay, flash 2/2 with an artifact coming into play can be instant speed pump on things that care about artifacts coming to play, like the Donatello that gets supposed to also encounter. It's also +2/+2. So an untap, which is a really nice tempo trick. And you can sacrifice it to gain 3 life. That's fine. I do think that even if you're not in an artifact-based deck, +2/+2 and untap, and also later potentially get a 3 life bonus is actually pretty good for green from what I'm seeing so far. I think this is a perfectly playable card. I think it's a C+. It could graduate to a B- depending on how much you are reliant on artifacts, on how many couriers you have to fetch it up, although it's less effective when people know about it already, so it's not going to be a surprise. But there you go. But yeah. Michelangelo Game Master. 3 mana. What is happening in that? Oh, he's... Got it. So Michelangelo Game Master, at the beginning of your end step, if a permanent left the battlefield, a freaking revolt, put a +1/+1 counter on it, 3 mana, 3/3. That's a good card. That's a good card in this set. Again, I mean, the more of these, well, again, it's legendary. So if this is in your deck, though, the food gets sacrificed, can trigger the disappear and make this into a 4/4, which is pretty sweet. Again, just trading will do the stuff as well. It's just a good value 3/3. I like this card just fine. I do think it is a probably for me, I probably take it around the B- mark, but it's close to the C+. I do think it's at its best in like probably a blue-green deck so that you can make it into a 5/5 just by sacrificing a mutagen token. Yeah. Okay. Michelangelo Mutant BFF, 4 mana 4/4. That's already a great ROI. Really like that. Each creature you control with a counter on it can't be blocked by more than one creature. Again, best in Simic because we have a ton of mutagen tokens in blue. And we've seen some, this one itself makes a mutagen token. Okay, when it enters or attacks. Oh, God. Okay, all right. So can't be blocked by more than one creature. That's a really nice stat on this. I really like this card. I think this is a... No, yeah, but the can't be blocked by more than one creature. Menace means it must be blocked by 2 or more. That's different than menace. This one can't be blocked by more than one creature. So you can block it with one creature, but you can't add a second one. Think of the elf from Lorwyn, right? It's different. So Safe Right Cavalry, right? Can't be blocked by more than one creature. If you then give this menace, it is absolutely unblockable, which we saw in Edge of Eternities. So if I go into red from Edge, and I go into commons, search for these things, this Kav Landseeker has menace natively, and then when we gave it, now let's go to green and go uncommon. Then if you gave this the Melt Strider's Resolve, enchanted creature, blah, 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 but this was the key part. Enchanted creatures gets +2/+2 and can't be blocked by more than one creature. Menace says it has to be blocked by more than one creature if you're going to block it, and this says it can't be blocked by more than one creature, so it becomes unblockable. So the same thing is happening here. This, if you could give this menace, it would be unblockable, but this is each creature you control with a counter on it can't be blocked by more than one creature. So this is really, really cool. Period. It's, I mean, we've also seen this, by the way, the granting this ability to all your other creatures also happened with Boomy's pet, where it was Flopsy. So Flopsy said, right, each creature you control with power 4 or greater can't be blocked by more than one creature. So that was pretty sweet there too. So same idea. So we want to be able to put counters on things with this. And again, that's the mutagen tokens that do it mostly. And we have seen mutagen tokens mostly in blue so far, but now we're seeing some of them in green. So here we go. So this is Michelangelo. And I do think this is a B+ card. I really like this card. I just think it's a good ROI. Literally, if you only get a 4/4 for 4, cool, coming in. That's hard to deal with for most of the colors that we've seen so far. Red does have a common that deals with it, but that's the bigger of the spells. It's also going to cost 4 to take care of it. Black is also going to cost 4 to take care of it. So it's roughly getting parity on the removal as well. So black has an uncommon that can deal with it for 3, or sneak 1 mana. But yeah. So anyway, I really like this card. I think it's quite valuable here. I think it's a B+. And again, if you also just enter an attack, you get that mutagen token to make sure that you get a +1/+1 counter on things that you need to. So, Mona Lisa, Science Geek. 3 mana, 1/3 reach. Okay. Add X mana of any one color, where X is Mona Lisa's power. Okay, so it's ramp on 3. I'm not hugely a fan of that, but yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this card. It's fine. It's just a little slower than when I want my ramp to happen. I really want my ramp to happen on 2. Obviously, you can pump this and add more mana to get to your really expensive spells. Sure. At a 1/3, it does stop some of the flyers that we saw. So it does stop this unless they've played a creature, which is, they're probably going to play a creature, so that doesn't really stop that. But it does stop this. It does stop Koya. It doesn't, yeah, I mean, it's just like, of all the flyers that we've seen, it stops Buzzbots. Won't stop Donatello for long. Doesn't stop Ray. Doesn't stop Stockman. So it does stop freaking Beavers. Doesn't stop Dreg. Does stop Insectoid. And stops a bunch of the 2/2s early, but like again, it's on 3 and they've played those on 2, so it's a little bit behind. So I'm not super a fan of this card. I think it probably is fine. But I'm not like super excited about it. It's also freaking legendary. So there's that. But it's possible that it's in there just because reach is going to be so important for green. I don't know. This could go up in my estimation. I'm currently going to give it a B-, but it could go up to a B. Mutant Chain Reaction. 3 mana, destroy up to 1 target artifact, enchantment, or creature with flying. I think that's going to actually be very important here. Create a mutant gen token. It's just an extra bonus. Extra bonus. Jesus. Let's go with redundancy today. Hey, anti-time! So, yes. It is sorcery speed, and obviously the best version of this ever was from Final Fantasy that had the cycling, so that if you didn't need it, if they didn't have any artifacts, enchantments, or creatures with flying, you could just cycle it away and find something else better. But obviously Dominic Meyer nails the artwork all the time. That is spectacular. I really do like that. But you know, this is probably going to be an auto include for me in best of one. A bonus. It is redundant. All right. Anyway, a bonus and another bonus is what you're referencing. We'll see. All right. New Generations technique is 4 mana, sneak 3. Search your library for up to 2 basic land cards, put them on the battlefield, tap, then shuffle. I mean, if you really need to sneak something, sure. I don't like this card. If you really want to get back something that you can get an ETB with again, maybe. It's 4 mana, though. I don't think... I mean, it does put both of them onto the battlefield tapped, and it's 2 basic land cards. So, if you'll note, Kadama's Reach and Cultivate only put 1 onto the battlefield tapped and the other into your hand. But then, in theory, you could play that one if you had a land drop. This one is so. So Explosive Vegetation was the first iteration of this. It was very good at the time when it was first printed. You can see an Onslaught. This was sort of a commander staple for a while. They do come into play tapped. Since then, we got things that target forests specifically. In like Ranger's Path. So this could fetch up dual lands and put them into battlefield tapped. We also got things like Sky Shroud Claim, which were even better in Nemesis. 2 forest cards, again, anything, and put them into play. They weren't tapped. This was the best of it. For as long as you had anything labeled a forest, right? So this was the best version of this. Usually these days we get another option of something to do when we have to pay 4 mana for 2 basic lands that come into play tapped. So was it Vastwood? Surge, right? So if you played this, you could put them to tapped and shuffle, but you could also potentially kick it. There's an extra bonus, right? An extra bonus again. there was an extra possibility for you to get value, right? So so usually that's been the case. Same with like Migration Path has at least cycling, right? So from Ikoria, the sneak is supposed to be the way, the 4 mana is the bad. Yeah, so if you can sneak it in, it might be value. But I'm not sure that it's good enough. That what we've seen so far is maxing out at 5 mana. And I don't think ramping to 5 mana is all that important. It is uncommon, yes. And I just we'll have to see what the rares and mythics have that's more than 5 mana in order to see what we want to ramp to. But again, if you really need to get another ETB, and if you really need to fix your mana and ramp, then this is probably going to be run. I don't see the need for it yet. I absolutely don't see the need for it yet. So I'm not going to be playing this card to start with. I need to see the rest of the stuff to make a decision on that one. So, Novel Nunchaku. Okay, 3 mana. When it enters attached to target creature you control, when you do, equip creature fights up to 1 target creature an opponent controls and gets +1/+1 trample. I like this card. This is good. This is a B+. I like this. This is sweet. So it auto attaches for 3. It also fights and gets +1/+1 and trample. So it does remind me of the Cartouche of Strength. But it's an artifact form, which we do care about. And again, we can re-equip it to something else. Yes, it's 3 to re-equip, but there you are. So this is an enchantment form. This is an artifact version of that. And it is useful because it's not only an artifact, but it can re-equip later. So it's an equipment. So seems good. Now, this was also nice because you could actually get it back using the trials. But anyway, moving along. Primordial Pachyderm. 4 mana, 4/4, reach, trample. Okay, I like it. When it enters, you gain 2 life. It's a mini mammoth. I love this card. I love this card. I'm going to be taking these highly. Here's why. I think this is really well statted against everything else in this. I think it gains you 2 life again. I think its reach and trample is just really good for green in this. I really like this card. I really like this based on what everything else we've been seeing. I really like this card. I think it's just really important for the green deck. Yeah, I love this card. I'm going to be taking this at like B- or B level. Like, this is a crazy good card based on what I'm seeing. There's so many flyers that I want to stop in the red, as in the green, and via the green, I should say. And the fact that it has trample, the fact that it's a 4/4/4, I don't need to like double commit to green. This is really nice. And the gaining 2 life does just matter. So this is just, I mean, yeah. I like this card. I think it's a very strong common for this set. That is very nice. So I may be overvaluing it, absolutely, but to me, this feels really good in this set. All right, Ragamuffin Raptor, 5 mana, 4/3, meh. Dinosaur. When it enters, return up to 1 target creature or food card from your graveyard to... Ooh! It's a Gravedigger for 1 more mana at 4/3, and you could get a food token back, like the black removals. Okay. Okay, that one goes best in a deck with some of the anchovy and banana pizza. This is fantastic with this. Okay, that is a super sweet card. Okay, sorry. So it's 4/3 stats don't matter at all. The fact that this is the key line. I really like this. 5 mana is a lot, but it's not much more than your normal Gravedigger, so in limited, that's pretty important. The only reason I said ew at the 3 damage, the 3 toughness was, of course, the missile. So that's just vulnerable, but again, I don't care because I'm already getting value off of it when it ATBs. So I like this card. I do think I'm going to take it. The first copy, I think, is a B minus. I think it's actually important. I think this is recursion. This is the only recursion we've seen so far. I think that's actually really important. I think that's actually really good. I think it combines not only, by the way, with the this food here, right? We really want this anchovy and banana pizza back to be able to redo that. But I think it also combines really well with the paramecia here. Because again, this is milling 3 cards, making sure that you have something in the graveyard to get back as a creature or a food with that dino. So I do like this card. I think the first copy is pretty important overall. So, okay. So I'm going to be taking that probably around a B minus level. The first copy, at least. I don't think the second copy is as good, obviously. But yeah. Okay. Because I have too many 5 drops and I'm worried about this, you know, getting aggroed out of this. There's Rocksteady. But hold on a second. So, aggroed out of it or spiraled out of it, basically. So yeah, Rocksteady, Crash Courser, 6 mana, 7/7. All right, so this is the first 6 drops that we've seen, but it does also have forest cycling. But the presence of the forest cycling means, again, recursion is really good. Can't be blocked by more than one creature, and boars you control can't be blocked by more than one creature. Okay, so that's Rocksteady. Let's go back to Bebop. Boars you control can't be blocked by more than one creature. Bebop was a previous page. What? Did I miss it? Oh, was Bebop in blue? Or black? Oh, black. Okay. I thought it was going to be in red. For some reason, I think of Bebop as red. There it is. Runners you control. So it's unblockable with this. That's cool. Or no, Menace and then the other one's blocked by... Yeah, they're both unblockable if you have both of them. That's so cool. Sorry. Okay. That's great. That's great. Yeah, somehow I feel like this is... I feel like Bebop is usually... For me, feels red. I don't know. And then Rocksteady does feel green. So it was weird. I went to get that. Yeah, if you managed to get both of them out, great. That's awesome. But yeah, no reach. So again, very expensive for non-reach and stuffs. But, you know, again, forest cycling. Again, we're going to label it C+ for now, just to, you know, fine. But yeah. Saved by the Shell. 2 mana. Costs 1 less to cast if you control a turtle. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. It gains trample, hexproof, and indestructible until end of turn. That's good. Okay, so it's reminding me of Gaia's thing. Okay, so crap, where'd it go? There it is. Gift. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. It gains reach, trample, hexproof, and indestructible until end of turn. So no reach on this. But trample, hexproof, and indestructible, and then you can maybe cast it for 1. So it's not quite as good as Gaia's Gift, but Gaia's Gift was a mess anyway. But yeah. Good stuff. This is a good card to protect a creature and also to just have a nice combat trick and or get through for trample damage that you wouldn't otherwise. Again, with if you attack and then target a creature with +1/+1 counter here, you can make it so that it can't be blocked by more than one creature with Michelangelo's on the board, etc. There's lots to do, but I really like this card. I do think it is a B/B+ card. I'm not going to take it over some of the really, really crazy creatures that we've seen, but I will take it over a lot of other normally B cards, so as a B+. So it's a mix of that. I also really like that artwork. That's hilarious. The art is not in the horrifying style how you feel. Fair to fair. I actually like this art surprisingly a lot. That's pretty cool. All right, Tenderize. 2 mana. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature an opponent controls. Okay, so this is Rabid Bite. Except that Rabid Bite is a sorcery, but again, this is one of the original versions of this. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature you don't control. But it was sorcery speed. Over time, we got it to be suddenly instant speed. So we had a bunch of different versions of this. So Master's Rebuke, this one would deal to target creature or planeswalker. And then eventually we even got Cosmic Hunger, which power to another target creature, planeswalker, or battle, which is the best version this has ever been printed. It does target 3 separate things. But again, this is just a really good removal spell for green, because it tends to have big creatures that kill things. Very nice pickup. It's a B/B plus. In green, you just need several of these if that's for your removal, if that's what we have access to. Obviously, oftentimes you're going to prioritize, if you're in like black, for example, you're going to prioritize the unconditional removal as opposed to like, I have to have a creature in play to remove something, and it has to be big enough to remove that thing. So there's other removal spells that you prioritize over it, but in general, if you're in green and you really need removal, this is what you're going for. Venus, Torn Between Worlds. What the hell? Well, it's a 5-mana 5/5, so already good stats. Whenever it's dealt damage, put that many +1/+1 counters on her. She must survive the damage to get the counter, so it's not a replacement effect. Okay, so as long as she's dealt like 4 damage rather than 5, she becomes a 9/9. That's fun. Whenever a creature you control with a counter on it deals combat damage to a player, you may pay blue if you do draw a card. So she's very good. Like, she's already good, but it's really good if you can pay that blue. Definitely. And she works really well with Mutant BFF here. So yeah. So I mean, the mutagen. The combination that I like most so far is green blue. For green, the combination I like most so far is blue. The black is okay. I just really think the blue with all the mutagen tokens is just so crazy. For red, the combination I like most is white. And vice versa. For blue, still green. For black, I'm not sure. I mean, it's really close between Simic and black. For the green, I'm not sure. But yeah, anyway, I believe it's possible to play any combination of the colors, and I really like being able to cook with that. But I do believe certain colors pair way better than others with several. We'll see. Oh, and we're also gonna get signposts. Okay, let's check it out. West Wind Avatar, 7-mana 7/7 trample. Okay, so now we have another 7 that we could be ramping to, although this one also has forest cycling. But here's a 7/7 that we could be ramping to. So the technique does have some potential use. So I'm still not playing it as of now, but there's always a possibility at some point. All right, whenever this enters or attacks, you may sacrifice a token or land. If you do, you gain 3 life. At the beginning of your end step, if a permanent left the battlefield under your control this turn, draw a card. Okay, all right, good card. I'm not going to super highly pick it, and I certainly don't want 2 copies, I think, currently in this, because, again, I really need early drops, and if I get stuck with 2 of these in my hand, I'm going to be so upset. I think I would only ever run 1 of these, and I'm not going to prioritize it that highly. It depends on how fast the format is. If the format is slower, which I really doubt, because, again, it will spiral out of control with the sneak, then... Did green have any sneak besides the new generations? It didn't. Oh, interesting. That's very interesting. Okay. I will keep that in mind. Okay, so yeah, I mean, max I want 1 of these, and I think it's a B- take. But if the set is really slow, again, I'll want maybe a second one. Probably not. I really think I only ever want 1 of these, and even that might be pushing it. In best of 1, maybe in best of 3, right? But so Zoo Escapees, it's Rocksteady and Bebop. Before they became Cray Cray, although these do have glowing green eyes, so maybe meh. All right. 2 mana 2/2. When it leaves the battlefield, create a mutagen token. Okay, I mean, at least it's an early play, and again, you get that mutagen token when it leaves the battlefield, and you can try and pump the next creature. I'm not really high on this one. C+, it's still playable. It's just meh. Foot Elite, 3 mana 2/4, in either white or black. When this creature attacks, another target creature gets +1/+0 and gains indestructible until end of turn. Okay, so we've seen that in Duskmourn. Exactly. So, so here's Hardened Escort. So this card was really good in an aggressive white deck because it just meant that you could get in with a smaller creature that then got bigger and then also didn't die, and this one could just get through as well. So it was a good go wide card for that. It wasn't as good as MVS, Most Valuable Slayer, but it was still fine. It wasn't an auto include or anything, but the 4 toughness on this is pretty nice early for 3. And the +1/+1 indestructible is not, not that bad. So yeah. Zoltan Boros, I knew it. Zoltan Boros has a very distinctive style, and very, very cool. It has to do with the play of light on the clothing that they do. So you can see like very similar ways of identifying this artist. It's really pretty cool. The way they do the texture of the clothing. Very similar. But yeah, anyway. Cool. All right. So that's, fine. Not great fine. Foot Ninjas. So sneak for 4. When it enters, you gain 3 life, and it's a 5/5. So this is a strict upgrade on the darn Dokuchi Shadow Walkers. Damn. Because you can either cast this for white or black. It's a 5/5. And you gain 3 life. So, okay. Power creep is real still. No surprise there. It's fine. It's a ninja. It has sneak. Let's do the thing. Getting a 5/5 into play for 4 and gaining 3 life, pretty sweet. So you can get that sneak, fine. But also 6 mana for a 5/5, gain 3, not bad either. So yeah, I mean, still, C+, but might even graduate to B-, but unlikely, but well, maybe. All right, Karai, Future of the Foot. So 1 an Orzhov for a 3/3 with sneak 4, 2 in Orzhov colors. When it deals combat damage to a player, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. If her sneak cost was paid this turn, instead return that card to the battlefield. Oh, damn. That is a very good card. So there's recursion that we were talking about. We were looking for more recursion. We've only seen it in the green so far, so now we've got it in the white-black. That is very good. So, yeah, even if she even gets through whether or not she was snuck, you still get, the Gravedigger effect. And if she was snuck, then you get to actually just return it directly to the battlefield. That's crazy. Yeah, I like that. That's a B+. That's a great card. Again, you are committing to 2 colors, so you have to be a little bit careful with that, but there you are. And then we have Karai's Technique. Sneakin'! Snook! Sorry. Snook, yeah, sure. Snucked. All right, so now we have the technique of Karai. So 1 in Orzhov, we got sneak for just Orzhov. Choose 1 or both, +3/+3 until end turn, or -3. Oh, that's gross. Okay, I mean, this is just going to be a good removal spell for -3/-3 until end of turn. If you can get to do it, both of it, that's very crazy. But I think it's just good enough with the -3/-3 for 3 in this set that I've seen so far. It's going to be worse against green, but it's going to be very good against everything else. Snake. So yeah, this is a good card. Again, it does commit you to 2 things. I'm less likely to commit to like want to commit to Orzhov seeing this card than seeing Karai herself. I think she is way better. But if I'm already in it, this is going to be a very high pick. So this is going to be B+, this is going to be a B. Baxter Stockman. Okay. So 5 mana, 3/3. When it enters, create a 1/1 colorless robot artifact creature token. And at the beginning of combat on your turn, target artifact creature you control gets +3/+0 and has first strikes and vigilance. Jesus, until end of turn. That's cray. Okay. All right. Good card. Again, just a nice card to go blue-red with. Again, 5 mana for 3/3. Again, very vulnerable. But just a very, very powerful effect that has to be answered very quickly. It is only artifact creatures, so you have just to keep in mind that we want to see exactly how many artifact creatures we have. We've seen some, but not actually that many because it's a small set. But it does create a 1/1 colorless robot artifact creature token already. We do have the mutant Mouser thingies in red. Those were pretty good. I liked those. The Mouser Foundry is epic for that card. So yeah, I mean, I do like this card. I think this one's a B+ as well, but I think it's just, I would take this one before I would take this one if they're in the first pack and first pick. I think I like this just a little bit better than that one in terms of like putting me in those colors, mainly because I think this one requires a little bit more work, whereas this one just like, you're gonna want this to happen as you play the game. You don't need setup for it really. So, but yeah. So Brilliance Unleashed is 6 mana, choose 1 or both, deals 5 damage to target creature for 6 mana, and also, right, if you want to, choose target artifact in your graveyard, return it to the battlefield if it's an artifact creature, otherwise return it to the battlefield, and it's a 3/3 robot artifact creature with flying in addition to its other stuff, I'm sure. And it can still do with all of its other stuff, so if you turn like a food, you could return the black food, for example. If you were going Grixis, kill something, and the food itself is still a 3/3 robot artifact creature with token with flying. It was a good card, good top end for that deck. I like it. And I really love that artwork. That is really cool. Really well done. I don't know how to rate this. I think it definitely doesn't put me into those color pairs. If I'm in those color pairs, I want this card. I don't want too many of them necessarily because 6 mana is a lot even for that effect. In a set that might be very fast and spirally, like I said. So I don't want to get stuck with 2 of them early hand. So I'm gonna give it its effect is very powerful. Like, its effect is a B+ card, but it's because it's the price, because of the type of set that it's in, and the spirally nature of things. I think I still want to give it a B- /B. Okay. Mouser Mark III. What the hell? Oh, I don't like that at all. Oh yeah, total nostalgia. Like total nostalgia. Like, I love this card just for the artwork alone because it just brings me back. The Mousers are so cool. But this doesn't make me happy at all. Anyway, it's a 2/3 for 2, which is already a good ROI. It can't attack unless you control another artifact, but it can block and it stops your opponent's early aggression. It's an artifact on the board for you to draw a card with this, for example, or to sacrifice to this later, or do all sorts of stuffs. So, seems pretty useful overall. I don't like the art because you're perverting my mousers. Me. Sorry. Okay, anyway. Nobody. Does nobody get the girl? Sorry. Human hero, 3/2 for 3. When it enters, return up to one other target artifact you control to its owner's hand, scry 1. I think this combos really well with the Mousers again. The Mouser Foundry, because again, when it enters or leaves, you create a 1/1. So you play this on 2, get a 1/1, right? And that's 2 artifacts entering the battlefield. And then you play this on 3, return it to your hand, get a 1/1 when it leaves the battlefield, and replay it and get more. So, and the scry 1 is pretty sweet. It says up to 1, so you can still play it without that. It's still a good common. It's a C+, just like this. But they're just perfectly playable cards. Ice Cream Kitty? What? I don't know how I feel about this. I legit do not know how I feel about this. How do you feel about this, chat? It's melting. I don't like this. I don't like this, I've decided. I don't understand. This is cursed. Ugh. Anyway, so 2 mana 1/3. You can tap to sacrifice another creature token, draw a card, only as a sorcery. That is very nice to be able to sacrifice a mutagen token that you don't care about to. Nobody eats it. It lives in the freezer of April's house. Mutant, half cat, half ice. But what about friends? It lives in the. In the free. What? I mean, I'm glad nobody eats it, and I'm glad it's not melting completely, but like. This is weird. They care about it? Okay. What happens when they die? Does it die? Like, is it? I don't understand what that. Okay, now let's not. My brain should not go there. That's a horrible thing to do. Okay. Ice Cream Kitty, 2 mana 1/3, because you can sacrifice a mutagen tokens, draw a card when you need to, instead of putting +1/+1 counter on something. It seems fine. This is a food cat. It can be fetched up with the green card, the Courier of Comestibles, so that's pretty sweet. So again, it's effectively drawing a card there. You can sacrifice it later to gain 3 life. Again, it stops early aggression. It's an artifact. We're fine with this. Yeah, it's a food, thing. Okay. Still C+. Okay. Pizza Face. Gastromancer. So 5 mana for 2/4 when it enters, create a food token. At the beginning of your end step, if a permanent left the battlefield under your controller's turn, put 3 +1/+1 counters on up to one other target artifact or creature. If it isn't a creature, it becomes a 0/0 mutant creature in addition to its other types. So if you, for example, attack trade a 3/3 with a 3/3, play this on 5, you get a food token that you can then make into a 3/3, for example. Or you can put 3 counters on another target artifact or another creature, blah, blah, blah. And then you can also sacrifice this by paying 10 to gain 15 life. I wish the art weren't so damn ugly. But yeah, I like this card. I think it's good. I do think it's a probably a B plus. I think it's pretty darn good. Because again, to get Revolt or Disappear to happen is not hard in this, and because there's just so many trade-offs because people are so afraid of Sneak as well. They're going to make the blocks that they need to avoid being snuck. So yeah. Although I do really want to see this 10 mana thing go off at some point. All right, Putrid Pals, 4 mana 3/3 Death Touch, enters with 2+1 on counters if a permanent left the battlefield under your control this turn. Again, not really hard to get a 5/5 Death Touch into play here with this. I'm not super excited about it, but it seems fine. So I'm gonna go with C+ on that one, perfectly playable. Tainted Treats. 3 mana, destroy target artifact or creature. If its mana value was 4 or less, create a food token. Instant speed. Love it. Okay, if you're in those colors, I like it really highly. If you're not in those colors, it's not going to really put you necessarily into those colors. It's probably a B, as if you're not in those colors necessarily yet, rather than a B+. But yeah, and if you can splash it, great too. So just a really good removal spell if you can make that work. Also, donuts are delicious, but these appear to have, ooze on them. So consume at your own risk. EPF Point Squad. What the hell is the EPF? Earth Protection Force? Is this one of the newer TMNT things? All right. 3 mana 2/1 Icky. Whenever another creature you control enters, put a +1 counter on this creature. Okay. At a common, that's fine. But a 3 mana 2/1 is pretty lackadaisical especially for an aggressive card, and in an aggressive format. So again, it's a nice thing to follow up with Last Ronin's technique, of course, because then it gets enormous. But even if it gets 2 counters, so one of the things that's keeping it be a little lower on my estimation is that even if it gets 2 counters, because you play the 4-drop that makes 2 creatures, for example, it's still only going to be a 4/3, which does not avoid the 3 damage spell and trades down pretty well. So I don't know. This one could go up in my estimation. For now, I'm gonna give it a C+/. Yeah, it could go to B- at some point, but yeah. Ooh, go ninja, go ninja, go! Why are you dressed like that? Oh well. I'm sad about how little of the original sort of art feel there is in this, like in terms of the original cartoon or the original like live action movies from like the late 80s, early 90s. All right, anyway, so we've got this. So Boros colors, exile target creature you control, then return it to battlefield under its owner's control. So Flicker is nice to get it out from one of those removal enchantments. Go Ninja Go deals damage equal to the greatest power among creatures you control to target creature no opponent controls. Okay. That's nice. If they can remove the biggest creature you have in response, that's rough. This is sorcery speed. But again, that was always going to happen with any bite or punch spell, for the most part. Except that, and so if they can remove that creature in response, it's going to do the next greatest. So hopefully the next greatest is still enough. Because equal to the greatest power. Actually, it might be the last noted information. Hold on. collector's boosters have the 80s comic book style look. Yeah, exactly, Tuna Melt. Let me just look and see if we have Go Ninja Go. Yes, we do. Okay. Once the exiled, blah, new world, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, okay, I know that. Duh. Right, but greatest power, is it last known information? Does it check on resolution or does it check on... I don't know. This one might check on resolution as well, which would mean that it would check the next highest if they remove the biggest. So I'm not actually sure how this one's going to work exactly. I'd have to go try it out. I am really sad that, you know, the turtles aren't dancing on this because that's what the song was. I don't want Vanilla Ice on the card. I want the turtles dancing. Anyway. You think it checks on resolution? Okay. All right. Anyway, so a decent card, but not something that's going to put me into Boros. Just a fine card. If I'm already in Boros, it's good, you know, probably a B, B+. Nah, probably B, still. But, so it's a little lower than, for example, Tainted Treats if I'm already in those colors. This one gets to be a B+ if I'm already in those colors. This one still gets to be a B, I think. Mechanized Ninja Cavalry. So it's a foot soldier riding a giant mouser. Okay. 2 mana, 1/1. What? This thing is a 1/1? Dang. Okay. It looks like it's stretching to the second story of this library or whatever it's infiltrating here. Well, it's a foot soldier riding. Well, but I mean, this says a robot ninja, so maybe it's a foot robot ninja. Okay. Once creature enters, create a 1/1 colorless artifact creature token. So this is 2 creatures coming into play. This is another really good thing for your red-white decks. Not only that, but it's also really good for your artifact decks because it's 2 artifacts coming into play. I like this card. It's a good C+, you know, very useful card in those color pairs. And either of those colors wants it, I think, singly. So like if you're in red, I think you're good with this card. If you're in white, I think you're good with this card. You don't have to be in both red and white. So, Neutrino. Oh, I remember the neutrinos! I remember the neutrinos! I do remember this! I remember them. They were hilarious. And irritating. All right, 4 mana for a 2/2/4 flyer. Again, fine stat. Whenever another creature could... Okay, so... yeah. Gets +1/+0 until end of turn. That's nice. Again, that's the same thing that we saw with the original common flyer in the white. Whenever it attacks, exile up to 1 target creature you own, then return it to the battlefield under your control, tapped and attacking. Oh, that's pretty sweet. Again, can take out from under the blue and the white enchantment removal spells. The tap, stuff. This is really good stuff. Okay, I really like this. It also means that you can have a guaranteed enters the battlefield when it attacks, because you're going to be flickering a 1 creature that you own. That also means you get the ETB again. I really like this card. Again, if I'm in Boros, this is a B+ card. I think it also, if I get like first pack, this is somewhat more of a, like, it's kind of on the level of Karai for making me really want to go those colors than like Baxter. So yeah, okay. Genghis Frog. Fighting Casey Jones. Although Casey Jones has like a bowling pin rather than his normal hockey stick. What's with that? Weird. Anyway, 2 mana Simic, colors 1/3 trample. Whenever it or another mutant you control enters, create a mutagen token. Okay, we got a lot of mutants in this. That's pretty sweet. I do like this for Simic. And those mutagen tokens are very useful in Simic. And again, I think there's a possibility if there's, depending on how the set plays, if there's a possibility to go 3 colors, it means that you might be able to do something in Teamer artifacts that would be very strong. He had a plethora of sports equipment in his bag. Oh, I just remember the hockey from the movies and the cartoons. But yeah. Anyway. This seems pretty strong. I don't think it's gonna put me into that color, but I do like that color pair as particularly strong anyway. I think it's just really fun and strong. Yeah. So you get it and Immunity token to start with. That just seems really fun. I'm gonna give it a B for now. I don't think it puts me into the colors as much as Karai does, or even as much as Neutrinos does. Well, it's close. Yeah. Those are pretty good though. So they're all, you know, in the B plus area. But trending toward the B plus. Lessons from Life. 4 mana, draw 3 cards. You can put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield tapped. Okay, so this is oh god, how am I blanking on this? Another Simic card, the same thing. I don't think it was Explorer. It might have had Explorer, but okay, so something blah blah blue. 3 blue and green. Oops, I should separate those. Wrong way. There. And it was uncommon. Search. Oops, hey, come on. Am I writing this wrong? Oh, that's why. That's there. So green and blue. Exactly. Sorcery. Urban Evolution. This was what I was thinking. So draw 3 cards. You can play an additional land this turn. Urban Evolution was a staple for a while in sort of landfall decks or anything like, you know, blue-green for Commander. But it was originally printed in Gatecrash, and you could actually get a lot of value out of it in Limited. So draw 3 cards. You may play an additional land this turn. So this one says draw 3 cards. You may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield tapped. So it's not quite as strong, but it is 4 mana rather than 3. We did have something in Quandrix in Strixhaven that did something similar. It was common. Yeah, yeah, Eureka Moment. This is the one. So 4 mana, draw 2 cards, but there's only 2 cards here. This is 3 cards, which is kind of cray-cray, right? But this was an instant speed. You can put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield. It wasn't tapped, but this was instant speed. So we've got something in the middle of both of those where you do draw 3 cards and put a land into play, but the land comes into play tapped and it's a sorcery. So it's midway between Eureka Moment and the Urban Evolution. So I do think this card is going to be very powerful. I am pretty happy with it. I think the instant would make it obviously way better. I think it's not as powerful as the Eureka Moment. I actually think Eureka Moment is better, even though it's only draw 2 cards, but it's so close. So anyway, I think this is a very good card. I do think it's a B. I think it goes up to a B+ once you're already in the colors, but it's not going to put you into those colors. And it may be something you can splash. I do think it's really Deadpool-y breaking the fourth wall where they're actually playing Magic cards, but there we are. I don't know who this is. Oh, I think that's the card. I think that we had that card, right? Oh, Lita. Yeah, we had that card. I just didn't know the card. I don't know the character. But it's a good card. This little orphan amphibian thing. Little trippy and creepy, but I mean, creepy in this art as opposed to like the other art was really cute. Like this art, very cute, but it looks more like, you know, Stay Puft Marshmallow Baby than anything. Ghostbusters. Anyway. Only Zool. Okay, sorry. But yeah, this is definitely a little Casper the Friendly Turtle. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, it is odd that they are playing Magic. I wish I could see, like, it looks like, I mean, there's a forest right there. So Mikey's playing green. How do you feel about that, chat? Do you think Mikey's a green player? Do you think Mikey's a green player? That is definitely a forest. Discuss. Do I think Mikey's a green player? I don't see Mikey as a green player. Maybe Simic. I think blue is in there for the tricksy part, but I think red. I think Mikey's an is it player. I mean, honestly, I think Mikey would be a red player in my opinion, just like a little bit of chaos, a little bit of fun. Burn it all. Well, no, I mean that's a little violent for Mikey. No, so maybe red. Maybe Gruul? Maybe Gruul? Maybe Gruul? Yeah, Softnum too. Yeah, Softnum also thinks. Maybe, I'm not sure. This is interesting. Is there a yellow? Yeah, this was another person that I didn't know. It was apparently a foot soldier that was given some of Leonardo's blood and turned into a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, and I would really like that to happen to me. Being Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle sounds great. As long as the government doesn't get me and like do tests all the time. So, anyway, back to this. Okay, punk frogs. I'm sorry. Okay, sorry. Board 3, 5 mana, 4/5. Fine. No, she doesn't like Hulk out. She's like is that like she's not like changing into it. It's this person here, Jenica. I don't know why she's a bad apple because she sounds really cool. Like this line is really sweet. But like okay. But yeah, so okay, back down to here we have Punk Frogs, whatever. It's a 4/5 ward 3. It's a playable card. It's a doesn't do anything when it comes to the battlefield. Doesn't blah. 5 toughness is fine, but ward 3 is nice. What can I say? It's a C+ card. It's fine. Slithering Cryptid, 3 mana 2/3. When it enters, create a mutagen token. That's decent. Again, C+. I'm not super excited about it. I think it is playable though. Anything that makes a mutagen token and has a little bit of toughness on 3, I'm probably happy with because at least I need to play something early and block stuff. So everything pizza. 2 mana. When it enters, search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. So it's another way to fix in addition to the basic land cyclers. And then you can pay 2 in Wooburg, tap it, sacrifice. Target player gains 3 life and draws a card. Each of your opponents discards a card. This artifact deals 3 damage to any target and put 3+1/+1 counters on up to 1 target creature. Why is it 3? Why can't it be 4? There are 4 turtles. What is the thematic significance of 3 here? Is 4 just too powerful? Probably, but like still, you're casting with the 7 and Wooburg. For the 3 life gain, sure, but you could also do 4 damage. I don't know. Whatever. I gotcha. I mean, searching for the basic land card matters. I'm not sure how frequently you'll be, since this is uncommon, like it's not like the food cart from last time. I'm not sure how frequently you're going to be able to get Wooburg easily, so I'm not sure how frequently I'm going to run this card. So right now I'm going to put it as a C. Again, if you absolutely need fixing, sure, it's an artifact coming to play and it's a food, but you can't sacrifice it for anything other than the full cost. But yeah. Because it doesn't put the land on the battlefield, so it's not like rampant growth or anything like that. So okay. Hench Bodies, 4 mana 2/3. When this enters, exile target tapped creature an opponent controls until this creature leaves the battlefield. Okay. That's good delay. I mean, it's fine. Apologies for the disturbance, incidental witness. Have a pleasant day. Nice. Very killable in this set. We've seen a lot of artifact destruction. We've also seen a lot of 3 damage or, stuff like that. So, but I still think the tempo is nice on it. Until this creature leaves the battlefield. Is this templated as the old thing where you could flicker it? Enters exile. Huh. No, it's not templated like that? Okay. Yeah, so Banisher Priest, I think, is when they fixed it. Fiend Hunter is an example of the 2 triggers. Yeah. Okay, got it. So the reason I was asking, for those of you who are wondering what the hell I'm on about, when they were still templated like this, right? When it had 2 triggers, right? When it enters the battlefield, you can exile another target creature, and when it leaves the battlefield, return the exiled card to the battlefield under its owner's control. Hey, Fiona, nice to see you. I'm so happy to see you. So this is a thing that if you flicker this card in response to the trigger, the leaves the battlefield will go on the stack before, on top of the exiled creature. So the leaves the battlefield thing will trigger, but it hasn't even entered the battlefield yet, right? Like had that trigger. So, and then you're just gonna exile permanently if you flicker it in response. So this was a fun one to do, but then they did fix that. And as you can see, the newer versions of this, like Banisher Priest, don't have 2 triggers. So, 2 triggers, so you can't do the flicker trick where you exile it permanently. Okay. So Henchbot seems like a fine value card. I don't know how to rate it here because, like, again, there's so much removal. I want to give it a B, but that might be undervaluing it. Okay, Omni Cheese Pizza. All the cheeses, all the time. I can get behind that. And this rat can too. 2 mana when it enters, draw a card. Okay. 1, sacrifice this artifact, add 1 mana of any color. Really, I can't just like have Prophetic Prism or something like that where I could filter? Or 2, sacrifice, gain 3 life. Not a huge fan of this. It is an artifact that replaces itself, so that's not awful, and it can fix once. Sorry, not but filter once. Meh. Skateboard, 1 mana. When it enters, tap target permanent. Equip creature gets +1/+1 and has haste. Okay. And equip for 1. That's not awful. I like the enters, tap target permanent so you can get in for a decent attack, either sneak something in or do something else like that. So I actually think this has more utility than the normal +1/+0 and haste type things. We've had boots that do that. Red boots, boots of speed, which is so +1/+1 has haste, equip 1, very similar to this in just red. But the enters tap target permanent might actually be very useful to get in a sneak attack. Not the card. But yeah. Anyway, so seems like fun, and giving haste to something can also mean that you just have that 1 extra attacker that gets another sneaker in. I really like this artwork. Hokyoung Kim, I'm so sorry for mispronouncing the name. Really, really amazing job with this. I like the way this is structured. I like the use of art, of light and color on the just the whole thing. The shadows here are super sweet. The whole thing is very atmospheric. Yeah, you want to Nadu this one? Sorry. But yeah, it's a fun one. Turtle Blimp. I remember the blimp. 5 mana. Oh, and that's Krang in that big structure thing. Oh my god, this is my childhood. Okay. Turtle Blimp, flying, 5 mana, 3/4. When it enters, create a 2/2 red mutant creature token. And then you can crew 2. So you can crew 2 it for any time at 5. I like this card. I think this is good. There's 2 artifacts coming into play, 1 creature, but you can crew it immediately, even though you can't attack with it immediately because it has Summoning Sickness, unless you would then equip it to the skateboard. Your blimp really wants a skateboard. Sorry. But yeah, this is a fine card. I'm happy with it. Again, a lot of decks are going to really want to have some flying blockers against some of the stuff in white and blue that we've seen. So this is nice to have as an option. I do think it's a B. It's a fine card. But yeah. So a 3/4 flying blocker is fine, but 5 mana is about where it should be. There's a really cool full art lands with the turtles on them. I kind of like that. I really like the designs of those. That's very thematic. Okay. Then we have, we do have, what? Only 5 of them? All right. Well, that's a little annoying. So the color pairings that will be most supported are Simic, Boros, Golgari, Izzet, and Orzhov. So Dimir, for example, less supported, etc. So we do have an escape tunnel though for the things that you can't deal with. I really like the art on that too. That's perfect. And Turtle Lair, there we are. Add 1 mana of any color. Spend this mana only to cast a ninja or turtle spell. And then you can also make something unable to be blocked if it's a ninja or turtle. I do think there are certain decks that are going to use that. But I do like Escape Tunnel as a strictly better Evolving Wilds. I think this card is great. So yeah. So that's all of the commons and uncommons for the set. Every single one. And I hope we were able to give you a sense of chat, and I really appreciate chats weighing in on various things and reminding me when I get, of a card where I'm trying to think of it, or telling me a synergy that they noticed that I didn't, or helping me when I misread the card. So yeah. So this is, hopefully we've given you a little bit of an idea of exactly what you're going to see in your pre-release. We are going to do the rares and mythics later on today. But this is the commons and uncommons. I think it looks like a fun set. I am very worried, as always, when there are a lot of legendary creatures that can make drafting it very difficult and the set a little bit less fun to play. I think that only 5 color pairs really supported does make me upset. I don't like that very much. But it does look like we have a decent amount of fixing. I'm just a little bit worried about the fixing being so slow that we might just get run over by the sneak decks. And just early aggression. So I do think that you are going to make sure it would be to your benefit to make sure that even if you have more powerful cards at later casting costs, you make sure you have early drops. I think that's going to be very important with this set, just like it was in Spider-Man. Unfortunately, Spider-Man was imbalanced. The white-green was just so much more powerful than everything else. I do think you could take it on, but if the white-green got off to a good start, nothing else could handle it. So that's not to say that you couldn't draft whatever was open and just crush, like truly open and just actually win. But again, it was just, I don't like imbalanced sets. I'm hoping that isn't going to be the case with this. I'm hoping that you can cook a little and have multiple combinations, but already I was seeing that certain combinations were going to be just better than others. And they only have the 5 color pairs really truly supported. That said, I do think you can build the off color pairs. I just don't think they'll be as strong, and that's annoying. Because we've just had several sets like that. Same with Lorwyn. Lorwyn only has 5 color pairs really supported. You can do the others, like you can try for fairies, you can try for giants, you can try for tree folk, but they're not as good as the other stuff. And very clearly elves and merfolk are just stronger than everything. So, but again, if you find something open, you can definitely still do it. The early access is Wednesday, starting at 10 a.m. Pacific. And the pre-release is the 27th through 29th. So like starting on Friday the 27th, going to 28th, 29th. But yeah. So, I still have my voice, which is kind of cool. I can feel it fading, though. So I'm going to bring up Arena again. But yeah, this is going to be interesting. I do think it has... It's new and I'm still interested, so we'll see what happens. And I do have to see the rares and mythics, of course. And so we will see that later on today. It's only pick 2? It doesn't have... Oh. That's annoying. I don't like pick 2 being the only option. I really don't. I think pick 2 should only be in stores. I hate it in Arena. All right, OP on the play. I'll talk a little less now just because my voice is failing a little bit, but so sorry. Opponents on the play. My plan is probably to play this and then this to put an elf in the graveyard, perhaps. We'll see. It's possible that I just play this out first because it's more damage faster. Yeah, I'll keep the 4th land. That's fine. We don't have to ramp. It's fine. We have these on 4 anyway. This doesn't destroy an artifact. It's the worst part. Oh, elf, not Kithkin? Interesting. Oh, they have a punch? Okay. So they have a free attack with the Feastling to gain 2. They did not do it. Okay. I do have 2 mana with this. So I could cast either Pummeler or Stoic Grove Guide, but I think we just get High Perfect online. I actually like doing this. I'll take 4. I don't want to attack with this in case they have the destroy target tapped creature. Although they would have probably used that earlier. I just want to do this and then... Yeah, I think I do. Yep, another one. They found a Fear.Dot core. That probably opens up the black that's in their hand. Emissary, okay. Yeah, I'm sorry, OP. Pack 2, pick 1 in your lower one draft. Open Door of Destiny's Boggart Cursecrafter. Already have Grub and a few other goblins. Boggart Cursecrafter all the way. Door of Destinies is enough. It does nothing on 4. And that's not what goblins want to do. It does, you know, pumping goblins is nice after that for every goblin you play after that, but it doesn't do anything on 4, and I think Cursecrafter's way better than that. Yeah, Foot Lady just does crazy. All right, so, with that, I have realized that my voice is going to go out if I do much more. So, and I do want to do the rares and mythics tonight, so we have plenty of review for you before the early access starts tomorrow. But yeah, Door of Destinies is so good in Commander when you can have a little bit more time guaranteed. I don't think Door of Destinies is as good as taking the really good Signpost uncommon. So, because the Cursecrafter is so important. That's the 2/3 Death Toucher, right? The red black. So important for the deck to do the final points of draining. Yeah, okay, good. All right. So, hopefully that was all helpful, and then we, you know, ranked up just a tiny bit here, because we were at like 600 when we first got into Mythic, and then I played Traditional, and we were deranked into the percentages, so, I prefer the Traditional, I'm sorry, but I decided to do like a Premier Draft or 2 today, just to get into the, before we did the, review, first look. So, let's go raid somebody awesome. Does anybody have any preferences? Let me see who's online, so I can give you some recommendations. Akil TV is doing best of 3. Meta Magic Mage is doing best of 1. Mythic Maria is doing a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles first impressions and limited set review, so you can get a different perspective should you wish. Whom would you like to raid? Let me know. There's a lot of good options there. Anybody have any preferences, or I can make an executive decision? Up to you, though. Ooh, I have messages. Sending love to people. More review? Okay, let's send you to Mythic Maria. Mythic Maria is a very talented player, so you will get more interesting perspectives on this. I really like Maria. She's great. So let's go raid her. It does look like, like I don't know how far she is in, but yeah. Anyway, let's start this raid. And Maria's a wonderful person to watch as well, just very talented player. So you will get new and different insight into the set. So again, and for those of you who want to, Akil TV is doing best of 3 draft, and Meta Magic Mage is doing best of 1 draft. So is Laser GG. So okay, all right, we're gonna raid. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for working through these turtles with me. I'm very excited to play this technically tomorrow. on the early access streamer event. Your favorite streamers, I may not be exactly at 10 a.m. Pacific. Sometimes we go pretty late the night before and then I can't like get up at the time, but I'll be on later on, potentially after some of the bugs are worked out. We'll see. But a lot of your favorite streamers will be on when it first starts at 10 a.m. Pacific, which is 1 p.m. Eastern. So yes, you're gonna have so much fun. May I recommend? I don't know who. Sometimes Newmont and the Dummy doesn't do like public early access. Does sometimes just records for YouTube. But there are a lot of really great drafters. So Amazonian will be there, most likely. Newmont the Nummy, Voxy. Let's see. I mean, the normal for ones on my team, DeFore and just Lolaman and Hamhawks42 and Carlo MTG and yes, more than anyway. I love you all. We're gonna raid now. Sorry.